And here we are, live, finally. Thank you. That was hard, harder than it really should have been. Let me get the link in chat here. Oh, hi, Lady Spellbreaker is already here, and the Stock Explorer is already here. Hi there. Oh, geez. Well, I had a few things go on, but whoops. There we go. um, I just thought I'd bring a little flash to the show, just kind of literally. So tonight we're having whoops, and it keeps wanting to go sideways somehow. I don't know why it's doing that. Had a little trouble with StreamYard again, but I think I got it solved. Hopefully you're hearing me. You're hearing me, right? Oh shoot. Hello, dear. Okay, and you're back here. Okay. Hello, love. It's
Hello,
been
love.
quite a day, a week, month, and it's going to get even more so. Hi, I'm D Ocean. This is D Ocean's Deep Woo. Tonight we're having Lady Spellbreaker 1313 on to give us the woo about the dates that we should look out for astrologically in the merry month of October, which so far has turned out to be quite a spooky little month, right? So anyway, here we go. And
It's spooky, all right.
yeah, well, that was kind
And
of
I
crazy
think
with a
the
spooky little girl
energy's
like you. Go on, go for it. Come on.
the energy's getting a little freaking weird.
Yeah, I can
I
barely
I
hear you, but I wish I
you
could
can't
turn you
hear
up.
me?
I wish I could turn you up, but I can't.
Dang it.
I hope everybody else is here. Can you hear Stockyard? Can you hear her?
Well,
Oh, poop. I
okay.
hope they can hear you.
You
Jim
know,
and I will
I
be in a minute. She'll tell me. Just go ahead, and if they
can you
say
do
they
an
can't hear you,
earbud? Can you do an earphone? A headphone? You got
um,
one headphone?
no,
Oh,
this phone doesn't even have a jack for it.
I know. That's you got to get an adapter for it.
Yeah.
I'll send you a link for it later.
Oh well.
I want to talk about how, Friday the 13th is really about the divine feminine and death and rebirth in the cycles of life. And I actually just had a visitation to go to yesterday because my dad's aunt passed away, my grandma's sister. And my
Right.
grandma is even getting a little worried because she fears her time is coming soon too. And Pluto is the planet of death and rebirth also. And Pluto just stationed direct on 1010. So that energy is going on with. I'm really loving your hat, by the way.
Well, thank you. It's basically the wizard hat with a wizard hat with with a circlet with lights on it.
I
So
love that. I love
thank
that.
you.
You're welcome. I'm going to
Maybe
have
we'll
to.
fix you up with one
I
somehow.
do need to get me one because all I got is this
We need to
little
get you a wizard witch
headband,
hat. It fits so well. I'm sure it would fit your character.
I
Okay, love.
definitely will have to get one. I do love the lights too.
Oh,
Okay,
I know.
so
Me too. I'm one of those people.
I dropped a link with the spiritual significance of Friday the 13th. And, people have been saying for years, it says on here that it's an unlucky day, when actually the 13th revolves around the divine feminine and goes back to the day of the goddess. There have been two Friday the 13th this year. There was one in January. That's the lovely.
Thank you.
I just went back and got my post from January that I posted on Friday the 13th in January. So if you really think about it, there was a Friday the 13th, 1/13/2023. So 147. And there's October is 1/13 and 2023, which is 147. So
Right.
that's 11, 12. That's funny. It adds up to 12, which then it goes to 3. Numerology. That's funny that it was both. I just really put this together, January and October.
Hey, James Ortiz. He's in. You just put that together. So they're really numerologically the same day.
Yeah.
Same kind of energy.
And add up to 12.
Wow.
7 plus 13. 13 is 4 plus 7 is 1. 11. I mean, 4 plus 7 is 11, and then 1 is 12. It says here it was considered a very powerful day to manifest, honor, creativity, and celebrate beauty, wisdom, nourishment of the soul. Friday is Venus's day. We all know that Venus is the epitome of feminine energy. And Venus goes back even to Inanna, Aphrodite, all of the feminines.
Jason's in. Hi, Jason. Friday the
Hello,
13th is about Jason. That's right.
Jason and
That's
Jen.
right. It's Jason's day.
Yeah, it is the movie. You got it right. So I will drop this one every once in a while. It says, Venus encourages us to tune into our receptive feminine energy in order to stimulate our creativity and bring art, music, and healing to the world. As much as I like to talk about 13 sign astrology with 13 houses, that's why I'm Lady Spellbreaker 1313, is because there are 13 moon cycles in a year. There are also 13 women have 13 menstrual cycles in a year. Every 28 days, just like the cycle of the moon.
Yes.
The midway point between the new moon where a woman is shedding death and the full moon where the woman is ovulating rebirth. So that's that quote that I am going on. I actually just went and got some information about how Pluto.
So
I got permission from Pi Tribe to use her meditation music in the back of my videos now. As long as I give the credit to her.
okay. Well, I do know that Friday the 13th was sacred to Venus, and you were supposed to make love all day in her honor. So really, it was a far cry from what we think of it now.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's kind of way different from how we
And
think of it now.
I guess if you're single, make a love to yourself.
There you go. I mean,
Let
the whole thing is it was really more about life. And actually, this is funny. Valentine's Day was when they sent people to be eaten by lions. So actually, they just reversed it. It's like Friday the 13th is actually when it's supposed to be all about love. And Valentine's Day is really about death. So, and bad fortune. So, it's reversed, but it's not, once again, we're talking about the reversed matrix, the inverted matrix. So anyway, let's bring back the good luck of 13. Let's bring back all the good things about
yes,
13.
please, let's do, because It's more about, it's amazing to me how this is matching the cycles of Pluto, death,
Hello,
rebirth.
hello, Jackie.
And
Yeah,
there
this.
doesn't have to be dark meaning to it. Like, honestly, somebody asked me what my favorite color was if I was going to choose for a stone and what my favorite stone was just recently. And I said I really don't know all the stones' names, but I'm really into like black, white, silver, more black and white. I'm really like it. I actually, after Kayla left, I've gone more dark, and not even in a bad way, but it's embracing the all of me, that
Well,
I'm not just one thing at all. And we shouldn't even look at it that way. Like, when we
mm,
think in those polarities, it's not good. So if you think of Pluto, which just stationed us direct yesterday on 10 for the year 2023 is
mhm,
7, which adds up to 9 numerology in numerology.
mhm.
So that would be completion. On 10 of 2023 adds up to 9. That's Pluto. Pluto
Good.
rules the underworld, death, endings, and new beginnings. I actually went to a, what do you call that? The day before the funeral? Visitation yesterday. On 1010. On the 1010 portal. The day Pluto, the planet of death and endings, I went to a visitation. Do you think there's any spiritual significance in that?
It's a little owl.
I was just going to ask if that is an owl.
Yeah, it's a cute little owl.
It looks like a cute little owl, but all I can see is his eyes. Do you think there's any spiritual significance in that? 1010?
I think
And
there
I was
is.
looking at my aunt in a coffin.
The thing about okay, well, you were talking about colors, and frankly, the the colors that we pick a lot of time, like for instance, black is quite often protective and absorptive. And one of the reasons black was, and if you think about it, who wears black? Clergy, judges, law enforcement. It's Saturn, it's karma, it's restriction, constriction. So black, but black in the yin yang is the feminine.
Yes.
It's rest.
Yes.
It's darkness. It's rest. It's the downward pull. It's the inward pull. Whereas the white is the outward. It's the projective. It's the outward push. It's the male. It's basically they're just ways to describe the energy. Okay, and black is really a Scorpio color. Black and white are kind of Scorpio, and red. That's a Scorpio thing, but that's due to Pluto. Pluto, the death god. Now, what if I told you the death god wasn't scary at all? Generally, it was actually. I have met the death god. I've met the death angel too. The death angel is named Azrael, and he's a nice guy. He actually helps people go on. So
Oh,
it all depends on how you see rest, because if there was no darkness, seeds would never sprout. Seeds can't sprout in the light. They need the darkness of inside the earth to sprout. Mushrooms need darkness to grow. So, you know, the whole thing is about balance. It has nothing to do with one color being good or bad. It has to do with balance. What?
yes.
Mhm. So, really, it depends on how you use those colors. Like, sure, people can use a candle for something evil, like you use a like in candle magic, you
Yes.
use a black candle. You can be doing something bad with it, but you could also be protecting yourself.
Yes.
You know,
Absolutely.
so if you're wearing black, you could also be protecting yourself. And I know
Yes.
that a lot of times when I felt under attack, I just felt like I instinctively wanted to wear black.
I wear a lot of black. I'm
Hmm.
wearing all black right now. I just actually got this shirt at TJ Maxx, and it says the
Yeah,
the Magic
Saturn.
Apothecary.
That's Saturn, Pluto. Yeah. Hmm.
Potions, tonics, elixir since 1692, black magic and magical charms from
Hey,
TJ
Terry.
Maxx. It was $9.99. That's triple completion.
That's cool.
So that's real. I'm really glad we even brought this up because a lot of people see it like actually somebody just uh gave me a donation after I was on Buck Angel's channel. And they sent me a donation and they were trying to preach to me about worshiping the devil, and she said those EVP sounds and the voices I was hearing were not my daughter talking. And so I guess this is the ultimate time to use discernment. And thanks somebody for the donation and their prayers, but I don't even believe in this devil character. I believe the devil is an
Well, if
archetype.
they want to get all biblically on you, there is a thing in there about it. You'll know a tree by its fruit.
Yes, I will. I don't need saved. That's what she was getting at. She was like, she just got her husband saved, and I was just like,
I
yeah,
mean,
no,
it's like, are
not
they
today.
telling you good stuff? Are they telling you bad stuff? Are they telling you stuff that is actually that you can verify or that actually helps you? Or are they
Yeah,
telling you to kill your neighbor and yourself and your dog and, or do something mean? I mean, what's the energy? And this is what I have been told over and over again is the energy is what matters, is that you can be fooled by appearance. You can be fooled by what people say. You can be fooled by what they look like. You can be fooled by but the energy, they cannot, they cannot fool you that way. Okay. If you can read the energy, then you can know
you
whether
got it.
they're good or bad.
You
So it's
got it.
very, very, very important to learn to read the energy.
Absolutely, it is. It's the fact that she said that she was trying to leave a comment on the EVP video of my daughter. She said that wasn't my daughter talking, and I'm not even going to entertain that with her. I'm not going to try. She doesn't even know me. How would she know if that was my daughter? For one, no, none of even you have ever met my daughter. So you couldn't tell me
Hmm.
if that was my daughter. You couldn't tell me. You see what I'm saying? If you tried to
Yeah,
tell me it
I'm not,
wasn't.
or I tell you what, if I had a feeling that it wasn't, I might say something, but I'd say, have you really checked that? Because there is a chance that
Right.
somebody is trying to fool you. But honestly, I might say that, but you know, honestly, you're the one who would know her energy the best. And I know you
Exactly.
do that
I
kind
was
of
her
work
mom.
anyway. I mean, you are sensitive too, so
Yeah.
I'm thinking, well, if it wasn't her, I think you'd probably be able to tell.
Yes.
Because
That's I
I've
think
had that question before. How do you know it's not some evil thing? Well, how do you know the person's not some evil person?
yes, exactly. My
I mean,
computer
how do you ever know
froze up.
anything?
So we got this Ring of Fire eclipse coming up.
Mm-hmm.
It's coming up less than
Bum ba
12
bum ba
hours.
bum ba ba ba.
I'm actually trying. The United States is preparing for a surge of visitors as the Ring of Fire eclipse nears. It's
Oh
going to
my God.
pass from Oregon to Texas.
From what?
Oregon to Texas.
Wow.
If you go to my channel and you go look at
Right.
at the very top of my channel, it'll say homepage, shorts, videos, live streams, and community tab.
Hmm.
And if you go down,
I
it
need a
says
community tab. I need to get that
I know you're
happening.
going to have to go to the library and log. If you got a local library, they let you use computers usually for free for an hour.
Okay.
And you can go to YouTube Studio from there. You have to activate it from your computer.
Hmm.
It would be good. They send out things and notifications, but people who get a lot of notifications and replies to comments and things, it might have got lost. It must have got lost.
So, guess what? I just got a hit here.
What?
Johnny Cash's Ring of Fire. And what is it about? Love.
Yes.
What do we got going on the 13th? On
Love
a
that.
day that's sacred to Venus, the goddess of love.
Yes.
We got the Ring of Fire. I'm there going, wow, this is that song. This is, I mean, is that weird?
Kayla, I had my daughter cremated. Her very last picture in the coffin was in a Johnny Cash Man in Black shirt. It's funny we're
Oh, that is weird.
talking about the color black, right? And then
Yeah, and
my
Johnny
niece,
always wore black.
yeah, my niece even said Aunt Dorothy, and she talked about what she was wearing in the coffin, and I was like, she's not in her body anymore. I'm trying to really explain to people that their spirits the body is it's dead now. The body is gone. You see what I'm saying? And the spirit lives. It doesn't really matter what you're wearing. when you go get, and she's going to get cremated. My Aunt Dorothy was my great Aunt Dorothy.
Well, see,
So
that's,
I said I had my daughter cremated in a Johnny Cash Man in Black shirt. So what's that saying? You see what I'm saying? Like it would just wear something, go out with a bang.
honestly, I'm sitting here thinking to myself how many people have put that together, that the Ring of Fire is, and that was a love song. That was a song about love. And that is, wow, that is, so I don't know. I think there's significance to that. Maybe we need to listen to that song. Maybe we need to listen to that song. The words, love is a burning thing and it makes a fiery ring.
Yes, it does. There's a guide to the
Drawn by
meaning of
wild
the next.
desire, I fell into a ring of fire. Drawn by love's desire, something like that. I fell into a ring of fire.
Can you look up the lyrics on your other? Hold on.
Let's see.
There's a picture of my daughter in this moon magic book, and when I flip it open, it was actually left in the Ring of Fire page. The Ring of Fire eclipse is one particularly visually interesting type of partial solar lunar eclipse happens when the moon covers the sun's center, leaving the sun's visible outer edges to form a ring of fire around the edge. This is also known as an annular eclipse. Really all it says about the
And here he is. Okay, I'm not showing it, so I don't think I can get.
It's a burning thing.
And it makes a firing ring.
A fiery ring.
Fire.
Fell into a ring of fire.
Something weird is going on here.
You know what's odd about this is, wait a minute. You know what? I'm going to put lyrics so I make sure I don't get into trouble. Okay, so this is actually somebody's video by 3 stars, and it's just the music, and it's not. Okay, everybody sing along. Love is a burning thing, and it makes a fiery ring. Bound by wild desire, I fell into a ring of fire.
Fell into a burning ring of
Ring of
fire.
fire.
I went down,
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 down.
and the
And the
flames
flames
went
went
higher,
higher.
and it burns, burns, burns.
Burns.
The ring of fire, the ring of fire.
I fell into a burning ring of fire. I went down, 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 and the flames went higher, and it burns, burns, burns. The ring of fire, the ring of
Ring of
fire.
fire.
The taste
Love is sweet when hearts like ours meet. I fell for you like a child. Oh, but the fire went wild. I fell into a burning ring of fire. And down, 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 and the flames went higher. Burns, burns, burns. The ring of fire, the ring of fire. Fell into a burning ring of fire. Down, 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 and the flames went higher. Burns, burns, burns. The ring of fire, the ring of fire. Burns, burns, burns. The ring of fire, the ring of fire, the ring. And he says it 3 times at the end.
Yes.
Oh,
And you
how
know,
interesting.
the way the sun and the moon line up when the moon covers up the sun, it's really like you were just talking about the yin and the yang, the black and the white, right? And the yin is the exhale, the yang is the masculine. Well, that's the feminine energy, the exhale. That I have actually been teaching so much about in yoga.
The inward pulling is the female, and the exhale is the male.
No, the inward is the male. That activates our sympathetic.
Hmm.
The exhale is the feminine, relaxing night energy.
Wait a
Even
minute.
the planets
Yeah,
have
okay. I think you're right about that. Yeah.
and so it's interesting because this is literally the coming together of the masculine and feminine. That means that we are confident enough to have the strength and stand in our masculine self to take action and do the things that we need to do. Like I literally have removed the word can't from my vocabulary. I will no longer say I can't do anything. I will not be saying I can't. I'm removing
You can't
that.
say you can't?
I won't say I can't. I
Oh,
won't
good.
say I can't.
See, I was trying to trick you there, but you're smart.
I'm a smart cookie.
Okay, you won't say it, and I don't blame you.
It's really, honestly, this is wonderful because you are so right. I'm actually about to start tipping off selling my oils locally.
Doing your what? I'm sorry.
My oils.
Oils.
And I've been hesitant to do it because I didn't have a partner to work with. And I really think things are coming together faster than people would even have any idea. I think this is a huge celebration about to happen. It's
Well,
already
I think it's
begun.
wonderful. I think we need to be supportive of each other. And um, I'm sure that there's even a little shop or something somewhere that needs a supply. I
Yeah.
used to supply a shop with incense.
Oh, that's good. That's good. I think that's going to be the tipping point of us even getting out of the home more and doing like locally in the community. I need to have it tested, I think, my oil. Because I know it's really super powerful because I've got people who have got like serious knee pain. My boss at my job at the gas station, she's got bad knee pain, and she went in there and put some on her knees, and she was like, Heather, you really are making something here. She said, don't be telling people how you do this. I said, I could tell them what I'm doing, but I don't need to give them my magical ingredients. My own little potions. Hey, do you care if I read the 13 number in the numerology card today?
What?
The card number 13, number 13.
Oh, reading the card. Oh, reading. Sure, go ahead.
The numerology card. I
Yeah.
like that light in my eye, and I look super shiny right now.
Oh, you look shiny.
It's about
Shiny,
effort.
happy people.
Effort. This card indicates a time when effort is required to overcome your current obstacles and challenges. Number 13, as you are now being tested, and your attitude is key. Rather than surrender to self-pity, laziness, negativity, or frustration, you must utilize your inner power, for you are stronger than you think. When the going gets tough, the tough must get going. So pull yourself together and have faith in your success. By drawing this card, you are being encouraged to call upon your inner and outer resources to achieve the outcome you desire. Rather than succumb to quick fix solutions, shortcuts, or manipulation, you must plan, focus, and act with tenacity and drive. With effort and determination, you will break through all restrictions that are presently holding you back. In order to improve your current situation, you are being asked to adjust to and harmonize with the natural rhythm and cycles of your life. Cycles that require you to put extra effort into overcoming your challenges. Never ever give up, and your success is guaranteed. Don't say I can't. Affirmation is with optimism, faith, and effort, I overcome my challenges. I can, I will, I do.
Well, I've overcome some things. I have gotten rid of possibly 2 ancestral curses
Good. Woo!
because that would be, let's see, on my maybe more, because on my mother's side, she was affected by the nightshade family. She would get sick. On my father's side, his mother died from complications from a infection from a skin condition she had, and I had both of those. I had terrible when I would be allergic to something. The way it would show up, it'd be these horrible skin rashes that were red and weeping and smelled bad and would get infected, and I'd have to take care of that. And I mean, I healed up a lot of that.
I'm so
Plus,
happy.
my dad had COP. My dad had emphysema. He died of that. I don't have that. So there, man, maybe 3. I may have gotten rid of 3 things
That
because
is
I'm
so
not
good.
having those rashes anymore. I don't seem to be reacting to the solanine anymore, and I don't have COPD. I have a little bit of asthma. It's on the mend. So I think it's really on the mend. So really, you can overcome a lot of things,
Yes, you can.
and if you really put your mind to it, you can overcome a lot of things. Oh, yeah, a lot of occultists wear black or white for energy absorption. Yeah, I was saying that. Black absorbs and shiny black. And it's the same, well, with stones too. Black is protective. Black is protective. And
Yes.
it's also energy absorbing, but shiny black is actually deflecting. So you use shiny black stones like obsidian for protection, tourmaline, um, white, also reflective, um, and deflects the energies away from you. And of course, um, there are many black and white stones. Actually, the larvicite that I gotta get time to make you your pendulum out of larvicite. That's mostly black and white and gray.
That's a part of my last name, by the way. And
I
Unikite
know, that's why I got it.
has been
I
Unikite.
know, you got Unikite. You told me you got Unikite
Yeah, I
because your
got
last name
several
was
of
Kite.
those for breaking addictions, and their small stones are on my altar over here.
So larva kite. I got larva kite. So
Hello,
that's what I'm
Gemini.
making for you. Hey, Gemini. Gemini
You
moon
know,
is in.
it's really interesting because in the light spectrum, black
And
is
B.
the
Freeman,
absence of color, the absence of color.
eh?
But if you've ever been an artist and you mix all your colors together, you're probably going to get more of a black, not white.
Well, you'll get
That's
brown,
it. Yeah, it will.
unfortunately.
Yeah,
And
because
that is
it's
because the colors are really dilute. The pigments are usually not dilute. What do they call it? But anyway, they're not pure colors
yeah,
generally.
right,
But you're not
right.
gonna get. You're gonna get brown. You're gonna get brown. I know because I'm an artist.
Yeah, and it's gonna get
But
a dark, dirty brown.
in light, if you mix all the colors together, you get white.
So would I say this moon was gonna be at 23 degrees Virgo?
Um,
I think so.
23
Let me
degrees
look at it.
Virgo.
I've got to do. I need to write this down. I've got to do a Friday the 13th chart. I've already done it. To put on my community tab, if anybody wants it, it'll be over there for the 13th.
Right. Oh my gosh, that's big too because Virgo is ruled by Venus. She's going to be in her sign,
No,
right? Is it ruled by Venus? I can't remember.
Libra is
Oh,
Libra.
I'm sorry.
So actually, technically, in tropical astrology, it probably is in Libra. In tropical astrology, I bet it is in Libra. Virgo is ruled by Mercury.
Hmm.
Let me see though. But
Interesting.
Virgo is the Virgin, even though she's ruled by Mercury. Have you ever seen the biblical astrology start with Virgo and end with Leo?
No.
Have you ever seen a biblical astrology? Kind of like the Sphinx, half woman, half lion.
Mm-hmm. Well, I have seen that, of course. I've seen a Sphinx.
Yeah,
And supposedly those creatures were real.
I
There were
think it
many
is.
chimeras in the early days, I guess.
Yeah, I actually have had my shaman, my Lakota shaman told me I was from Sirius Planet B. And then she talked about the cat people, Lyrans.
Yeah.
Lyrans.
I'm really close with the cat people.
She said that is very much my energy. She really was funny. She was talking about Sirius Planet B. She said she was told by Adidas Samraj, her master, her guide, that
Many
I
of
was
us,
from
and maybe even most of us, came
26.
from somewhere around Sirius B.
Yeah, she said I have an ability of navigating the dark and the light. She said, because I've overcome addiction, being homeless on the street, overcome the darkness of serious abuse for nearly a lifetime. I've only been single 5 years. For the past 5 years, I've been doing deep soul searching
I've been
and
single for a long time.
healing myself. Focus, like literally, I've broken codependency this year. I broke the addiction to helping others and put at least 75% of that energy back into myself. I literally had this epiphany earlier that I am healing more the more I give it that love and energy that I was giving to everyone else back to myself. I was forgetting.
Well, that is pretty commonly what we do, isn't it? I
Me.
mean,
I was forgetting
me
me.
too. I think we all, because we're service oriented. We're not strictly service to self. But like they say, you got to put the oxygen mask on yourself first before you can really help anybody else, because otherwise you're going to pass out and you're not going to be able to help anybody else.
Yes, it has. And you know, the biggest way we
Let me see
can
if this
give
works better.
time to ourselves is we're not lonely when we're single and we're really focused in on healing. We are loving. We are learning to love ourselves. We are learning to hold space for ourselves. We are learning to sit with ourselves. We are learning what we like and what we want. And everything in life is going to be an experience. We get another experience to find out what we don't want in life. And spirit will present us with another moment and say, okay, you know, that's really just not what I'm looking for. Like, I'm back in the
That's
workforce,
good.
right? And so I decided that the gas station is really not where I want to work. So I'm going to try a different place that's going to be in different energy. A gas station is fast paced, convenience. People want their stuff and they're on their way to work. They're on their way to go somewhere and they want to get what they need and they're in a hurry. So it's going to have a different clientele than a Hallmark store that sells gifts and cards. You see, it's going to be a very different energy. It's going to have different customers. The gas station is selling liquor to people at 9 o'clock in the morning. They're buying liquor. They're buying lottery tickets. They're buying
Not really who
preserved
you want to be
foods.
meeting. Hello, Reese Diaz.
Yes,
Yes,
exactly.
Reese
I'm
dear.
running into a lot of people that I used to kick it with.
I hope I'm saying that right. How you doing,
Hello, Reyes Diaz.
Reyes?
And Gemini, if I didn't say that. And that's exactly what Jackie's talking about. Yes, codependent. And now we are not lonely. Absolutely. We are happy. We are content to sit with ourselves because what? We like ourselves now. When we didn't like
Right.
ourselves, when I was not liking myself. And that's what the part of the journey is all about.
That's
Not
the
part of
whole
it.
dissociative trip
Yes.
too, is you're
Yes.
dissociative. You don't want to be with yourself. So you don't want to be yourself. You want to
Yes.
be far away from whatever you are and whatever your life is. Yeah.
I had to feel like I had to constantly be running around and connecting and hanging out with people. And now I want to be alone more. I
But
can't wait to get
how
back to
many
the comfort of my
times were
room.
we, probably in our many, many lives, and you know we've had a bunch of lives. We didn't just have this life, but we had a bunch of lives. How many times were we something like nuns or monks or some other kind of clergy where we were spent a lot of time alone? Or how many times were we um well, and that's another thing. I think I spent a lot of time, I was kind of isolated by my parents. That we had a codependent household. It's a common trait of codependent households to be isolating.
Yeah.
It's a common trait of narcissists to be isolating.
Yes.
So in a way, I guess from that, I learned how to be by myself. Some people go absolutely nuts, go
Yeah.
nuts by themselves, but no, I was actually better. I'm actually
Yes.
better than
Yep.
and I always say it's better to be alone than with the wrong person.
Yes.
The wrong person will F up your vibe and mess you up and mess up your finances and mess up. That's one of my neighbors right now. One of my neighbors is, and I know, and she's not willing to admit it. It's somebody she knows very well who she's helping, who is effing her up. And I know that's what's going on, but she will not admit it. She doesn't want to admit it to herself.
But
But
if you're staying with someone because you don't want to be alone, you're still alone in the same household with that person. You
right.
could be sitting right next to someone, and if they're on their phone or on their other device and you're on your device, my dad simultaneously plays on his iPad while he's watching the television. And there's no bond with him and my mom. You see? That's
Mhm.
they're lonely even though there's someone present.
That's the
That's
other thing is loneliness in the midst of people is another thing. Yeah, it's very possible to be lonely and be surrounded by people. I know that. I don't feel that lonely when I'm here and I'm surrounded by, well, like now, I don't feel lonely, and I don't feel lonely usually because the spirits are around. My guides are around. I know I'm connected with something. I know I'm connected. I can feel that connection. I can also feel when I'm disconnected. So that's another thing too. I can feel when I'm disconnected. Oh,
yeah.
here's something I wanted to cover. Uh, love. It looks like a lot of people are going to be leaving very shortly, leaving the planet.
I'm in agreement. I'm really getting that feeling about my grandma too. I'm actually starting to kind of brace myself. It really just hit me earlier because she's being a little weird after her sister just passed. Because her sister is 9 years younger than her. And now my grandma is my dad's.
I'm hearing that from a lot of people that they're feeling that there are people around them getting ready to leave. I hear that a lot. It's like, I think so and so's getting ready to leave. Well, probably they are, and this month would be a month to do that, a month to be leaving. I mean, it's the end of a cycle. It's the end of, it's actually Pagan New Year, which was what Samhain really was.
Yeah.
So it's Pagan New Year. So actually, it's the end of the year. It's the end of the cycle too that we're in. We're also in the end of a Mayan cycle, one of the sub cycles in the larger cycles. So if you're leaving, yeah, this would be a good time to leave it, and especially in this part of the year. So this is the part of the year that is the downturning part of the year, and when the veils start to get thin out, and so I expect a whole bunch of people to be leaving. And if that bothers you, I'm sorry, but that's just the way it is. Why not travel is in here. Hi, how are you doing?
Tanya.
So,
Pluto is, we're talking about Friday the 13th, death, endings, rebirth, right? Samhain is about honoring our ancestors. There's also the Mexican Day of the Dead, same time. All Souls Day.
All Souls Day, yeah.
Pluto represents death and endings and rebirth and the underworld. This is like a big month going on because Pluto was just 1010. And actually, in my numerology deck, it says the number 10 represents karmic completion. So if 9 is completion, the number 10, which still goes back to 1, is new beginnings, but karmic completion's the endings. It's over. Pluto.
So this traditionally, it's the time when Persephone is stolen away down into the underworld. However, if she wasn't, see, he becomes her husband. And he actually is her complement. So here we go. I mean, the two strongest urges are, love and sex to humans. What does that couple represent? Sex and death. So the two strongest ones are like sex and death. I mean, those two things are like very primal in humans. I don't know what I said before, but that's what I was trying to say. So basically, sex and death are in the other world, in at least in one mythology, they're mates. They're two sides of the same thing. One is about procreation coming into the world. Think about this. Sex brings us into the world. It's very procreative. Death takes us out of the world. They are two halves of the same coin. So, if you look at it that way, it's a whole different thing now, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. And we already know death is not the end of us. Not really. And there is something beyond that. So it's not really a bad thing. And that's why the Day of the Dead is a time for honoring their dead. It's a happy celebration for them. They're honoring their loved ones that have gone on before them. It's not looked at as being a bad day. It's looked at Memorial Day to remember them by, So it's just really how you're looking at things. Hey, yeah, we got a nice group here tonight, a really nice group here. Where is Scotty? We haven't seen Scotty in ages. And there's a few that didn't make it. I guess it's a little early yet for them. They're kind of surprised it's going to be this. This is earlier than a lot of people usually show up here. But I'm going to be having them early for my guests. Sunday's going to be at 8:00 too, because of my guest, which is going to be Alexander the Ganja Shaman doing numerology. So you're going to want to come in on Sunday early at 8. So anyway, Pluto return, here we go. And when Pluto, can you speak a little bit on when it is in your chart, when Pluto is coming through your chart? What does that mean?
Okay, well, for Pluto that went retrograde, and just stationed, Pluto went retrograde earlier in the year, I think at the end of April, the 29th or so, and stationed back direct on 1010. Now, Pluto is actually dipped back into Sagittarius for a moment, and I can fast forward this real quick and see when Pluto will enter Capricorn again, because Pluto is going to be in Capricorn until 2041 because Pluto is the slowest outer planet, a dwarf planet. And so Pluto
Skyfalls. Project Skyfalls is in.
Moves real slowly. And hello, Project Skyfalls. And the last time Pluto was in Capricorn the one thing that I get benefits from tropical astrology is they kind of give me a heads up for what's coming. Because they're saying that Pluto was already at this 27-degree mark, which Pluto was in Capricorn at the time. Well, it would have been at 27 degrees Capricorn in tropical. It would have been earlier in 13 sign. I don't know if I can go back to 1777 on my year, 1776, when the Declaration of Independence was written. So think about what was going on even back then with the patriarchy and all kinds of things coming. That's why that article is even about the United States Pluto return. And the Declaration of Independence was being written at that time, and it's saying it was at 27 degrees Capricorn.
And right now we're having a lot of fighting over exactly that. The Declaration of Independence has come up again.
Now, let me fast forward 1 month on my Pluto chart here, because all I got to do is like change the month, because I want to see when Pluto will enter Capricorn again.
So it's going to be a revolutionary war, folks, but maybe not a war. Maybe we can make it not a war this time.
There's war going on in Israel right now. There's war,
there's war breaking out all over the place.
Yeah.
There's stuff breaking out all over the
like
I said in the last show, all hell is breaking loose.
I said in 2019, this is part of one of the reasons I got kicked off of Facebook, talking about World War III. So, I mean, I don't know, we can all live in denial and toxic positivity if we want to. We'll still keep celebrating, but it doesn't make it the fact that some of this stuff isn't really happening true. I actually just posted something about dissociation and toxic positivity on my community tab from the holistic psychologist, and I'd like to hear your input on that. Let me fast forward on this if you want to talk for a minute. I'm going to play with this Pluto chart and see how far. It's probably going to be 2024 that, Mars and Venus are even going to meet up again on 2/22, I believe. February 22nd of 2024.
Okay, February 22nd of 2024.
Yeah, I was playing with the dates for Mars and Venus because they met up, and then when Venus went retrograde and went backwards, Mars kept going. But since Venus travels faster than Mars, she's going to go meet back up with him anyway. Venus moves faster because she's closer to the sun.
Right. Interesting. And so I have been getting in the cards that the fall is the fall. We're in the fall now.
Yeah.
And then the winter is death. That's death and rebirth. So, yeah, that's in the winter. Death and rebirth.
And death is the number 13. The death card.
So here we go. So we're going to see the death and rebirth. It's going to fall in the fall, and then it's going to probably keep falling until it dies, which is in the winter, which is very interesting because that is actually how it is in the Indian medicine cards in the medicine wheel spread. From the fall through the winter is so fall is adulthood. So you've got basically the spring is birth, and that's the east. The south is childhood, and that's summer. And then you've got fall, which is adulthood. And that is black, actually. Color for that in my medicine wheel, anyway. In the one that I've taught, that I was taught, is black in the Wolf Clan medicine wheel. Yeah, the color is black. And then there's a decline. The north is the land of the home and the elder, but also death. So white is actually the death color in that wheel. From black to white is basically the death, is you're dying, and then the year is dying, and then from the winter to the spring is like the spirit season is yeah, just where the spirit is making the journey to come back to be born again. So so that's developments and things under the ground, things that are happening that maybe are unseen but are happening below the surface. So I really think seems to be mimicking that or going right along with that cycle. What do you think?
I agree.
What seems to be happening
is going to be coming to the light. Absolutely.
And then I think the new thing that's coming is going to be winter to spring. In between there, as it's becoming spring, then we're going to have all kinds of things going on under the surface.
Yes.
And then in the spring, we're going to see the results.
Absolutely. I think I'm going to grow indoors this year. I think I'm going to grow indoors some things this year. I'm going to bring in more spinach and kale and maybe put it in my grow tent downstairs because I have a grow tent and LED lights. My cannabis plants and my hemp plants, I'm just going to cut them down because they're in the ground outside. I can't bring them in. They're going to be done. It's harvest time. Literally.
I am growing things on the inside, and this is really pissing me off. Let me tell you, guys, send me some good vibes here, please. I found out that I just got everything the way I kind of like it in the front room. I mean, I got the furniture the way I like it, position the way I like it. Now they're telling me I got to change everything. I thought that I had passed the last inspection, but no, they say I have stuff in front of the windows, and really I don't have that much in front of the windows, but they say that the windows have got to be completely unblocked, which means I got to get my computer out of the way. Well, it's not functioning right now anyway, but I got to get my screen out of the way. I got to get the fish out of the way. I'm going to have to move my plants. I'm going to have to move my desk. And, I liked my desk there so I could look out the window while I was working on things. So I'm going to have to move everything. So I just found out that in 2 weeks we're having a state inspection. And then a couple weeks after that, I'm going to get re-inspected. So I'm going to get inspected and inspected. And then in December and in January, it is going to be the health department inspection. And I'm like, so you're telling me that in the next 3 months, I'm going to get inspected 3 different times. And I'm going to have to move everything around now that I have it the way I like it. It sucks, man. So, I'm like, send me some energy because it's like I'm trying to take it on the chin, but honestly, it's pissing me off that they can just come and say, oh, no. And really, I could very easily climb out that window. It would be pretty easy to just knock that stuff, push that stuff aside and climb out the window. But I'm going to move it.
Oh my God. Is that the inauguration day? Sorry, I just had a freaking epiphany.
Whose inauguration? Wait, what?
Pluto's going to enter Capricorn on January 20th. What day is that? Is that the day the president takes office? on a typical year, which January 20th? Is it the 20th or the 21st? I don't vote and watch these presidential things, but it kind of got my attention. It's ever since Trump took office.
So let's see. We're looking to see when inaugural day is. Inaugural day. Let's see if I can find it. Does anybody know? No, I'm not very good with that. Okay, hang on. I'll
Hold
search
on, I'll
it.
go look. That's just crazy. I just was playing with the dates on my wheel. Okay.
Well, the reason they're inspecting me is this place just has inspections a lot. That's one of the things, the only things that's really kind of driving me crazy about this. It's a nice place, but they have a lot of inspections. They have the management inspection. They have always been happy with my place, except this time the state inspection rules are a little different and they want me to conform to those rules. So because I wouldn't conform to the state rules, now they're saying I didn't pass their inspection, the management's inspection. So I don't think it's right that I should be penalized for, I mean, they've been in here. It's the same as it's been the last 5-6 times they've inspected, the management's inspected. It's been good enough. This time it's not, because we're having a state inspection. So they're holding me to different rules than I knew anything about, which kind of pissing me off. So let's see if I can find out what inaugural day is.
It's January 20th.
January 20th. There you go. No, my other phone is very slow.
Even though we're not, I mean, it's not going to be a president taking office this year because they're voting next year. But still, that's the day Pluto's entering. And
very interesting.
Honestly,
yes, it's very
went
interesting.
back and looked, and it looked like 119, like January 19th, and I had to keep playing with the time, and it bumped it to the 20th.
Wow. So, yeah, it's got to mean something, sweetheart. I'm not sure what it means, but it's got to mean something. Oh, I wanted to mention this too. This is something I found out recently. If any of you own this type of stuff, please be very careful. And this is a health warning, okay? I am not a doctor, can't prescribe or anything, but this is something that a guy investigated. And it turns out that some of these so-called pendants for your health, like pendants, cards, and one of the really scary ones is the eye covers for, when you're sleeping. They're radioactive. They have thorium in them.
I don't use those.
Oh my God.
That is
the pendants, the card. I guess he found a pendant, card, bracelet, the eye covers for when you sleep. Can you imagine? All radioactive, all has thorium in it. He got those people in trouble. He got the products pulled when he told Amazon about it. So I'm telling you guys, if you see that and they're calling it scalar, they're calling it ionic, it produces no ion. And they're calling it scalar, it's not scalar. And this stuff is made to wear 24/7. And to me, that's attempted murder, wouldn't you say? Because you can get cancer from that. Isn't that attempted murder? Shouldn't these people be tried for murder that are manufacturing this stuff? There's probably people who died and didn't know why, wearing this jewelry. Yeah, I don't either. But geez, I'm just telling you that this stuff, what is happening? Why is that even allowed to be on the market? And why are people putting radioactive isotopes in something that's supposed to be healthy for you, healing? I mean, it was in those little bracelets that the athletes used to wear. I have some of those. I'm going to get rid of them. But then after
Yeah.
they complained about that, they stopped putting thorium in the bracelets. And then they're just bracelets. But honest God, if they would put thorium in there, then what the fuck else are they going to do? You know? And why would they do that? Why would you do that? Except to
I
try and
have
kill
no
somebody.
idea. Damn it. Bless it.
That reminds me of the radium girls. You remember that? When they first found radium and they put radium in everything and they thought it was such a good thing. And here people were, one rich guy had his jaw drop off because he was using it for, he was using it for something. He was ingesting it. And the radium girls all got sick and died from radiation poisoning. See, that's the thing. It's like, why did they do this crazy shit to us? So I'm just putting that out there, is that if you see that kind of a product, not only to be careful, but you might want to tell wherever you saw it, say, hey, this is what I heard about this. You might want to check it out, so that they cannot sell this to people who unwittingly are buying something that they think is going to help them. And it's as bad as selling a fake Jabberwocky to people who is going to help them circle the drain faster than it is going to help them, right?
Yeah.
Instead of protecting you, it's killing you faster.
That's exactly what they told me about the HPV shot.
Mm-hmm.
If I just got this 3-part jab, it would protect me from cancer. It would protect me from the HIV virus. It would protect me, but really what it did was give me the problems.
Exactly.
Shouldn't they be in jail? But let's not go down that alley.
Right. Shouldn't these people be
And
in
they're
jail for this
corrupt.
kind of shit?
Let's not even start talking about that, because you'll get me on a whole rampage.
I mean, there's so many things like that. If people aren't hip to this by now, if you are still wandering around thinking that the stuff that we've been offered is all good for us and that they have the best of intentions, well, how is it that where do you get that from? Where do you get that idea from? Right? I mean, when was the last time that was really true? I don't know. As a matter of fact, I can't think of anything like that's like encouraging people to jog, and then years later, everybody needs knee replacements and hip replacements because they tore up their hips and knees from that. So,
I think what is a real part of my healing is to focus on the healing. I can be aware of what the HPV shot did, right? And aware of it. Now I know better. I learned what a valuable experience and lesson this has been. It taught me what I don't want to experience and what I don't. This is how spirit works. This is how we learn. This is how we gain opportunities to go down another path and take another direction, and it leads us ultimately to our healing. Our sickness, if we choose, will lead us to our healing. We will start searching for the answers to heal thyself. Instead of saying,
well, like I said, I've healed myself of things that my ancestors died with. In this lifetime, I'm cutting all that out. I'm killing all that. It's gone.
I'm so happy to hear that.
And we can do that. So, but this is something that we really, I think we need to set some intentions that this stuff all gets called out somehow and soon, so that we can actually get some real information, and that we're not penalized for putting real information out, so that we actually do have free speech.
Yeah.
Because right now
Well,
we really don't.
I know, but see, what I said on my channel not long ago was, if you want to have free speech, you got to do it on the platforms where they allow that. You can't expect a platform that says that you have to abide by these rules. It's literally like, when you come to my house, if you smoke cigarettes, you need to smoke outside, and don't you dare leave your cigarette butts on the ground. But you're not smoking in my house. So at YouTube's house, they want you to play by their rules, and you're not allowed to talk about some things. That's not taking your speech away. That is respecting their house rules. They don't want that controversial stuff. They don't want people, whatever we think is misinformation, or it's right in their community
They have
guidelines.
literal porn on here.
I know.
They
People
have,
go,
I know, but I mean, I understand that in principle, but it's not true in practice. I mean, in practice, people are being extremely racist. They're not
I
getting
know,
called out
I
because
know.
they're the right flavor of racist. There are
Lots of
people who
things
aren't
are
going by the rules who are floating free.
I know, but it's like some things come back around later. Um,
Yeah,
to
that's what
to
I'm
be
hoping. I'm hoping
honest,
it all comes back around later. And that's
if
why
somebody
everybody's moving to Rumble and BitChute and anywhere else they can go.
I know people come, like, honestly, I was just had an interview with Buck Angel about my daughter being given testosterone so freely by Planned Parenthood because it's dangerous. People with pre-existing trauma should not be given testosterone. That's not going to
Yeah,
solve
keep
the
talking
problem.
until I get this solved.
What
The thing that
happened?
I was holding the phone with didn't work well. Didn't work
It
too well.
just took a tumble
Yep,
when
that
you
didn't work.
talked about Rumble.
Speaking of Rumble, oh no, the YouTube guy, YouTube gods got upset. Oh dear.
They come and shake your phone right out of the way. Oh, she's gone. Well, I'll be darned. Poof. She's talking about the YouTube gods, and look what happened. And we said, come back, our dear sister. Oh, my stars in heaven. My drink is all gone. There she is.
Yep, yep. That's
Come
what
to right off
happened.
the
That's
stage.
my story, and I'm sticking to it. The YouTube gods were angered. Now
That's
what
what
the
I
fuck?
said. I said to you, there you go, talk about the YouTube gods, and they kicked you right out of here.
Yep. See how they are?
Oh my goodness.
Oh my gosh.
So listen, this eclipse is a real big deal. Like, the last eclipse was in 2017, and honestly, I watched a video in 2019 about Donald Trump being born so 7 years, 7 months, and 7 days after Israel was pronounced something. I watched this whole video. It was a Christian by Pastor Paul Bagley, I think, and it talked about Joel 2:28 from the Bible, which is the day the sun turns black and the moon blood red. It's Joel, the book of Joel, which is in the prophets, and also Acts 2:20. So Joel 2:28 and Acts 2:20. And it talks about the day the sun turns black and the moon blood red. I will pour out my spirit on all people. Your sons will prophesy, and also your daughters will see visions. Like the men and the women. Everyone. It doesn't say, I'm going to pour out my spirit on some people. It says all people. So, it's it honestly, eclipse energy lasts 6 months. So when they double up like this, the energy, we're having like a new moon solar eclipse and then a full moon partial eclipse. And
But
then
they always do that.
yes, and 6 months from now, April 8th, it's not even 6 months from now. But if you look at the path, Jackie, from the last eclipse in 2017, hold on, let me get a map for you. And the eclipse of 2024.
Hold on, let me get a map.
This is literally going to make, look at that, an A, why not? An A. And if you look at this, right, this eclipse, this is the American solar eclipses I was just at right here. This one, let me get a pen here so I can point better. This one down here is going to be the Oregon to Texas. I'm going the wrong way because I'm looking at myself backwards in the mirror. I mean, in the, whatever, it's the reflection here. This one that's going up to Oregon down there in Texas, this is going to cross over from the one in 2024. But up, I can't go the right way. This one is making an X from the 2024 and 2017 one. Either way, there are triple X's coming, like 2 X's, not triple, 2. From the path of 2017, this one is literally like right at my location. It's really funny because it's Cairo, Illinois. Everybody goes down to Carbondale, Illinois. Cairo, like the town of Egypt, in Egypt.
Yeah,
Cairo.
absolutely.
Because I could see the total solar eclipse in 2017. Like, I remember exactly where I was. I was sitting there watching the whole thing with my ex's mom, and I was telling her I was going to leave him that day. And it goes over right over, it's the New Madrid line, the New Madrid fault line.
There we go, the New Madrid fault line. Do you think this is when that long-awaited point where part of the nation falls into the drink?
Maybe.
Uh-huh.
Whose fault do you think the fault line belongs to? Madrid, Spain? For Mexico speaking Spanish? What language do you think they spoke before that? You think
Uh-huh.
it's Spain's fault? Or do you think it's China's fault I speak English? You think if it was a Chinese invasion, I'd be speaking Chinese or English?
Didn't you know what? Now I just thought of that. That's weird because that Chinese balloon. Did the
Yeah.
Chinese balloon take the same dang path?
I don't know.
I think it did. Took a very similar path.
That's going to be April 8th, 2024. That's the day after. That's your mom's birthday, didn't you say?
Yeah, April 8th.
My dad's birthday's April 7th.
Isn't that weird?
Yeah,
That's an
so I
Aries.
keep getting his attention with all these dates. All these full moons and these dates have been falling on my family's birthdays. It's almost like they want to tell me I'm crazy, but then all this stuff keeps happening right around their birthdays. And so they know I can't be
Well, when they
totally
start
wrong.
telling you you're crazy, then you know you're onto something.
You got it.
That's crazy. It's like, oh, we got to look closer at this.
But is it crazy? That's your birthday. Maybe God's got a sign for you after all.
What is going to happen on my birthday? I just know my birthday is going to be interesting this year because I'm going to be 66.
Oh, yeah.
66.
And I got
I'm going to be double
44
sick.
next year. Let me see where the moon's at on your birthday. I can fast forward. I'm like a little time traveler with my. I love it, loose astrology charts. I can just time travel and look at where things are all the
Time
time.
traveler.
I'm an astrology time traveler. Let me see. 12/9 of 2023. 1/2/9. I'll never forget your birthday because that's my dog's birthday. My dog,
Me
Marla
and your
May.
dog.
Oh, sweet Marla May.
I wish I knew when Cowboy's birthday was. He's got such a sweet disposition. I wonder when he was born.
Let me see when the full moon is in December, by the way. New moon is on 12/12. Ooh, our Ophiuchus portal is a new moon on 12/12.
Oh, a new moon. We're coming up on a new moon
To
on my
December.
birthday.
December. Well, our eclipse is a new moon, Saturday. And
Hmm.
then November is on the 13th, World Kindness Day is November, our new moon. And December is 12/12.
Wow.
A new moon in Ophiuchus, on the Ophiuchus 12/12 portal. Because 11/11 portal is in Libra.
So I'll be having a new moon for my birthday. What am I
Yeah.
going to do with my old moon? Should I go out and moon somebody?
Well, you're going to actually be having a dark moon for your birthday. You're
A
going,
dark moon.
yeah. Because the new moon's not till the 12th.
That's interesting because that's another like starting over type thing.
It is.
That's another like new beginning type thing, death and new beginning. Interesting. I wonder what's going to happen. Your phone ran out of juice, eh? B? Oh, you got to keep some of those juicy juice boxes around for your phone.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. You gotta keep your phone with with the juice, eh?
You like my new Ankh necklace? It's got a snake around the top loop. And there's a snake at the top. The caduceus. Oh, well, it's not
A
too small.
caduceus, yeah.
No, it's an Ankh, but the top of it, it's got a snake wrapped around it. The healer. You probably can't see it real well.
I need to get some snake jewelry.
Yes, you do. I got a snake ring, and I'm an Ophiuchus Neptune, and that's in my 10th house with my Scorpio.
Yeah, there
So,
you go. Phone juice boxes.
big healer. Can you see that snake better?
Yes.
The Ankh is the top of the
Hong Kong.
Ankh is the snake. And then I got some Ankh earrings. And an Ankh ring right on my middle finger. Double Ankhs. Ankh, Ankh. I actually saw 2 people wearing a really cool Ankh pendant twice in a week. And I was like, hey, that's a sign. Then my Aunt Dorothy passed away. She crossed over. She was old and tired and sick. So it's a celebration because she's home now
Mm-hmm.
with her God she loved. She was a devout Catholic. She was a praying woman. She didn't have a pot to piss in, but she always sat in her prayer closet and wrote out cards and sent them to everyone. She always had cards from the dollar store that were full of scripture, and she sent them to everybody. So
Oh,
even though
that's sweet.
she had very little, she was very.
Back when you could still afford postage.
Yeah, well, no, she didn't. She sent me a card every week after my daughter crossed over,
Yeah.
and so my grandma's sister, And my grandma's 86.
That was her way of keeping in touch and being
Yes.
nurturing.
And letting you know she's there and
She
she
cared.
loves you and she's
Yeah.
praying for you. Yeah.
So
Sweet
if you know,
angel.
if one of those cards ever comes floating onto the ground and you just find one in a weird place, you know she's been there.
Yes, and her girls, she's had 4 girls and a bunch of grandchildren. I don't know how many. She had 25 great grandchildren. And so they all wore yellow in honor of their mom, 4 girls. It was a really cool visitation, actually. Because then they had daughter 1, daughter 2, daughter 3, daughter 4. And they're all lost. And just, their mama just left and they're going through the thing. Probably the same feeling I felt when my daughter transitioned at first. Now it's more of a, I'm not in the state of mourning like I was.
I think it's interesting and maybe
Scotty's in
very
the building. Look,
applicable when
there's
you
Scotty
leave
boy.
as well as when you come
There's Scotty boy. You
into
say
the
hi,
world.
Scotty.
Yeah.
Scotty's here.
Oh, Scotty made it. Well,
Scotty's
it's
in the
about
building.
freaking time, Scotty. The pentless one. Scott A. It's about time Scotty made it. How you doing? Hey, I got to tell you, this is a fun fact. Speaking of coming and going, Sam Clemens, which some of you knew as Mark Twain, he was born during Halley's Comet. And he said, I came in with Halley's Comet and I'll probably go, I figure I'll go out the same way. Guess what he did? He came in with a Halley's Comet, and then at the end of his life, there was a Halley's Comet, and he went out with it. How do you like them apples? So
Wow.
was he actually really a human or something else? What was going on with him? What was
I
going
don't
on with Mark
know.
Twain? Interesting.
That is very interesting. I'm stuck on these eclipses for a second too, because I'm trying to remember what path the August 21st of 2017 one went. April 8th is going to go from Mexico to Canada.
Mexico to Canada.
The one in 2017 went from Oregon to South Carolina. But that's the way the eclipse of 2017 went from Oregon to South Carolina. And the one in 2024, April 8th, is going to go from Texas to Canada, Maine area, Maine, Canada.
There, now you can see it better. So, well, interesting. So we're going to have, I got to find out where that balloon went now, because if it followed the path of the eclipse, that would just be too weird, wouldn't it? I mean, that would be weird.
Yeah, let me look.
Isn't it going to make a giant X? Somebody said it was going to make a giant X somehow. I don't understand quite how that works, but
It says it went from Alaska down Canada, from Oregon to South Carolina. So that matches the eclipse from 2017.
Weird, huh?
Funny you would ask about that. I'll put this in the chat so you can go back and look at it later.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, so that sounded familiar. See? That's the
Yeah,
way my mind works. It just kind of sparks something. It's like,
look
wait
at
a
that
minute
path.
now.
That's what happens when we put the little minds together. And you got your mind's all lit up right now.
Right. I
One of
got my
those
thinking
hats.
cap on.
I do gotta get me one.
I'm coming up with bright ideas all the time. So
I'm about to go get me some honey, some
we'll
raw
have to
honey.
get you. You know what? This wasn't very expensive. This wasn't really very expensive. I'll see if I can find them. I have some of these. If I can find them, I'll send it with your pendulum.
All right.
What color did you want? I mean, out of the regular, I don't know. I don't know which one I'm going to find, but you like the warm colors, cool
Yeah, and
colors.
black. I like black lights.
Well,
They're
I don't
really
think we have any
purple.
black ones, but
They're really purple.
they're flower colors.
Yeah, they show up purple. So
Yellow,
yeah, whatever
okay.
color.
Purple. Okay,
Whatever floats
I'll
your
see
boat,
what I
my
can
love.
find. But yeah, I'll send you one, and then you can put some of your own flowers on there too, eh?
Yeah, absolutely. We're creators. We can make our own
We can do that. You know what?
spin on things.
I just made a flower pot because I needed one. I just made a flower pot. I'll have to show it at some point. Out of a little flower pot, out of a peanut butter jar.
Yeah.
And basically, I mean, it looks like a flower with petals, and it's plastic, of course. And then the lid is the bottom of it. I have it the way that I had. It turned out kind of cool. But we are creators. And I was thinking, and why did I do that? Well, I just needed a flower pot. I needed something to put flowers in, and I was feeling artsy, and I just made it. Did I see anybody ever make one? No, never saw it before. But yeah, some of us, it's just we're easy creators. It's not hard for us. Then there are other people. You got to realize what a gift that is. There are other people who would never think of that. It would never occur to them that you could even do that. To them, a used peanut butter jar is trash. Maybe recycle at best, right?
Yeah.
So, and this little thing is kind of cute. I mean, if I make them a little bit different, I might even be able to sell this idea.
Yeah.
I better eat some more peanut butter. But
yeah. I gotta get some honey because I'm gonna make some mushroom honey.
Oh, I want to make honey mead.
Yeah.
No black lights? Oh, you know what? I do. In the next room, I have I'm going to get another one for this room. I'm going to get another black light for this room. So we're going to have that. And I have, oh gosh, that's right. I'm going to have to show you when I get the black light. I'm going to have to show you my new, tapestry. I am kind of obsessed with tapestries now, with changing the way my world looks through using these tapestries.
Yeah.
Because I'm getting them so cheap off of Temu. It's like, so I'm putting up so I've got the mermaid scales behind me. In front of me, I've got this beautiful tapestry, which is a forest with nature, with the moon, with swans and a pond and a body of water behind there, and just beautiful nature. And over here I have a tapestry that looks like a scene from the Addams Family.
Oh my
So I'm
God.
starting to get it's like the house, with the big staircase and all that. I'll have to show you guys when I get that.
Have
done.
you ever seen my other ones?
Oh, pretty.
That is.
I don't know if you can see this one. Let me see if I can turn it.
Called Alien.
Can you even see? You can see my fancy tree. I don't know if you can see. There it is, but you can't really see it very well. But yeah, it's a kind of an Adams family looking place. It's like in an old mansion or something.
Oh
Now, what
yeah,
are we
yeah.
looking at?
You know, this is a 12 sign wheel. It's got the
Oh,
astrology on it, but that's got an 8 pointed star like Inanna. I've got dream catchers over all my windows. So my walls are completely taken up by tapestries. And I can't quite. This is one that Kayla, my daughter, picked out. And it's Life on Mars. And I've got dream
cool.
catchers everywhere. Some I've made, some my friends made, one my
Of
friend
course,
sent to
life
me.
on Mars because, David has got to be in everything.
Absolutely. And my nephew slept in here the other night. So then I've got, this is the wolf with the moon here, and then in the window is the fairy one with the triple moon goddess and the 7 pointed star that's facing outward for. And then my nephew slept up here. The moon's on the ceiling. It's constellations with the moon. And this is what makes up the tetragrammaton with the Hebrew letters.
Yeah, I got
And
all kinds of nature ones. I've got two different nature ones in my bedroom. I got two different forest ones. And I've got the trees over there. I got some trees over there, and then over there I got the lake with the trees and the swans and yeah. It's you know what? You can kind of change your reality like that. I think it's really cool. I
absolutely.
want. I think I want something with David Bowie on it, or something related to David. I'm going to have to find something and put it up.
How do we get flipped around? I was on the other side.
Your walls are covered with sacred geometry you drew. Cool.
That's super
Scotty.
cool, Scotty.
That's really cool.
Somehow I got bumped over to the left side of the screen and you're on the right now. We swapped spots.
Well, psychologically, all this stuff has got to have its effect.
Yeah, it does.
If you have
All of it
the
might
beautiful
work.
stuff around you, it's gonna, you're gonna have a different vibe.
I
Um,
don't know. Is it swapped on everybody else's screen? It is on the computer. I flipped my screen around and you jumped over to the other side, I guess.
I know. I somehow switched to the other side, and I don't know how I did that.
We're just rolling with the
I
change.
have absolutely no idea. I didn't do anything that I know of
Embracing the
to
winds
do
of
that.
change.
That is so weird. I noticed that a while back, and I have no idea. And I'm so surprised. It's like, wait a minute. No, you know what? It was a time slip. No, it's a
Yeah,
Mandela effect. If you guys
absolutely.
if you guys seen it some other way, it's just a Mandela effect. Maybe we'll have to look back and see if there's any residue.
Yeah, we will. So what else do we got for the rest of the year? We've got Jupiter still in retrograde in Aries. Uranus is retrograde in Aries. Saturn is retrograde in Aquarius. And Mercury will go retrograde one more time before the end of the year, right? In December. Let me look at the
So we
dates.
still got a lot of retrogrades.
Well, just 3. We went from
Just 3,
eight
yeah. It went
eight
from
to
5
3.
to 3, right?
Yeah, well, 8. There were 7, 8 planets in retrograde all at once.
Oh, that's right. It was more
Yeah,
like
and now
that.
we're down to 3.
Wow.
So Jupiter was stationed direct on New Year's Eve. So we'll be
So
taking
we're just about done with rerun season then.
yeah, at the end of the year. And
That means we're going to
Mercury.
get some new stories.
I don't have Mercury retrograde. Hold on a second. Maybe it's in November. Let me go look.
Isn't it
I gotta get
interesting
a
how
new
much like a
calendar for next year.
simulation it is? Gee, it's
Yeah.
almost like a simulation. Anyway.
Saturn was stationed direct on November the 4th. You know, my Aunt Dorothy crossed over on 10-4. That means like okay on police code.
10-4, good buddy.
10-4. That's a 10-4.
I think the 9th is when I have a one of the reinspections. So
11-9.
yeah.
That's 911 backwards.
Yeah. Uh, yeah. Sacred geometric stuff outside. Yeah. As sacred geometry, very interesting subject. I really haven't gotten too much into that, but a bit, and I do have some lying around the house.
Oh, dang. Mercury's going retrograde for the Ophiuchus portal. For your birthday.
Mercury's going retrograde for my birthday. Isn't that sweet?
Oh, December the 13th. Speaking of 13.
Isn't that sweet of him?
We'll
Be in the shadow on the 9th, right? We'll be in the shadow of Mercury retrograde on the 9th.
Yeah, it'll be in the shadow for 2 weeks before the 13th.
Oh, geez. My goodness, girlfriend. I tell you, we have definitely got an interesting end of the year. I think it's going out with, and y'all out there, and I know Scotty Boy is already doing this. Y'all need to wax your surfboards because there are going to be some big waves. It's going to get very, very, very wavy, I think. And I think that the people who have kind of been sleeping up to this point and kind of following along and not really looking are going to be kind of freaking out at what's going to come out. Because
it's coming out of the woodwork.
Yeah, if stuff is coming out, we already know some of it before they do, and it's shocking. And you know what? I was always told, it's even going to be shocking to you guys that have been awake all this time. That, for years. It's going to be shocking even to some of you how things really are. So I don't think we've even seen all of it yet. I mean, even those of us who have been looking into it, we've only seen about half of it, maybe not even. And there is much more. So shocking things. I mean, for those of you who already know about Big Mike and Bummer, who was writing love letters to his girlfriend talking about his fantasies of making love to men.
He also a crack smoker, I heard.
That went away again. That came up again and then it went away again. Did you notice that? How fast it went away?
Somebody just freaking had a shirt on that said Obama number 44. Do you know how many times I saw 44, the number 44? Because I'm going to be 44 after the eclipse next year, April 8th. On April 24th.
That's right. I'm going to be 66 and you're going to be 44.
Yes. And so
together that makes 10-10.
And 13, yeah, you got it. And 13 is 4. The number 13. My name is the Lady Spellbreaker 1313. That's 44. Because the 1 plus 3 is 4. And so on April 24th of 2024, which will be 42424, I'm going to be 44 and I get a full moon.
Wow.
4242024. How many 2s and 4s can we get all together now? Hello, Mark.
Wow.
He'll be 21 and he can get into a bar. That's good, Scotty. I'm happy to hear that.
You know, I'm working my way back to 21. Maybe I'll be 21 again someday. I don't know.
Where the heck is the Uranus station indirect? So we got 2 more. Saturn in November. Jupiter at the end of the year. Scotty's in retrograde.
Mark the Arc Spark is here.
So
Spark.
it's going to be Mercury in Sagittarius.
Mercury in Sagittarius.
That'll be December.
Mercury retrograde in
there's really not a
Sagittarius.
lot of planets going on.
And then Mercury, but it goes in Ophiuchus. It's like, okay. Well, it's going to be a real fun Mercury retrograde then.
January
But
27th.
think about that, though, in Ophiuchus, that particular sign, if it's going, because it matters what sign it goes. It really matters what sign it goes retrograde in.
Yes,
That
it
colors
does.
the whole retrograde, right?
Yes, it does. Yeah. And how it affects us.
Right. So wow.
Jupiter in Aries, Uranus in Aries. These are masculine signs. Masculine energy. Jupiter in Aries, Uranus in Aries in retrograde, both of them still. Mercury will go retrograde in Sagittarius, which is a masculine sign, and Saturn is in its home sign, Aquarius. Saturn originally ruled Aquarius before Uranus came about.
Right, before they knew about Uranus.
And then Saturn is a masculine planet that was given to Capricorn.
Scotty says he's going to be 21 pretty soon, but we're not sure which way he's going. I mean, is he going backward or forward to that? I don't know. I'd be going backward in order to get there again. Do you have a parrot? You do have a parrot? Oh, I see. A roommate, a low-functioning mongoloid that treats the do you have a parrot? That's pretty good. Good one. So you're asking him if he has a parrot? No, just somebody that acts like one. Yeah. Cake and ice cream. And because I have healed myself, I could actually have cake and ice cream on my birthday this time. A little bit, not too much. But I could actually have some. I could actually have some cake and ice cream.
21. I don't think I would want to go backwards. I don't want to go backwards. I wouldn't change anything, and it would just make my.
You don't want to be 21 again? I don't really want to be 20. I don't really want to be 21 again. I'm just kidding.
I think I want to be a dog in my next lifetime because this one was kind of rough.
You gonna have a dog's life?
My dog, I talked to him about it all day. I asked him what all he did today, and he just looks at me. He doesn't really have all these responsibilities. He has no ego desire to have to do the things that we humans do.
B. Freeman has a resident bat.
Oh, wow.
Oh, Batman.
I love bats.
Yeah.
Got a bat.
We were talking about bats the other night, weren't we?
That was my superpower I want, Mark. They asked me that at my job interview. If I had a superpower, what would I want? And flight was the option.
Yeah, I'd kind of like to fly.
Sole intention is learning to fly. Condition grounded, but determined to try. Gotta keep my eyes from the circling sun. So that's a really
Tongue-tied and twisted, just an earthbound mystic
yeah,
eye.
and it's not common knowledge, but my last name actually is Kite. I don't always share that freely with people, but I was born to fly. As a matter of fact, a shamanistic chiropractor said as he
Scotty's
was
going to
doing
be a tree.
a spinal alignment, he said, "How long have you had that kite tattoo on your back?" And I was like, "I don't know, maybe about like 70 years, since 2013 or so." And he goes, "No wonder you have a hard time staying grounded. You tattooed a kite on your back."
I tooted
and,
a
it,
kite.
and it says along the tail, "Right over this mess," like fly right over this mess.
Oh,
Yeah, I do have.
jeez.
My sister has one on the back of her back too.
Yeah, I did a picture of me as a tree.
You did?
I did. I took one of my pictures and chopped it to look like branches were coming out of me, out of my head.
That's
And I
awesome.
called it geometry. So am I divine geometry?
Yeah.
Geometry. Okay, did
Geometry.
anybody get it? Okay. Um, since I am divine, I'm divine geometry. Sleeping so much lately that I may as well be a tree this time. That is Mark Ark. Mark Spark. Ark Spark, Mr. Spark. Beam us up,
Well,
Mr.
gee,
Spark. Scotty's got all he can do with those.
I can't
He's
stay
having a
that much
personal
longer
relationship with them engines.
with the engines.
Oh, you had a dream of flying. Oh, that's nice.
That's because you're astral traveling. You're not really
NB
flying.
says I'm awake way too much.
Lots of people say we're not flying, we're swimming, but I think we're astral traveling anyway. And our spirits are not confined to bodies.
Right.
When we leave, it's not confined here all the time. And when
Absolutely.
we're not in our ego, and we're not limited. Like, when we are awake, we have such limitations with the mind that we don't have when we're sleeping.
Yeah. Oh, what, Mark?
And like
Mark
in the
says we need
spirit
more
world,
dilithium crystals, Captain.
in
We
the
we need
spirit
more
world,
dilithium
we
crystals, Captain.
don't even need all this stuff. In the spirit world, we don't even need all this stuff. Like, I can't say that more enough. In the spirit world, we don't even have a body. We are so powerful with absolutely nothing. With nothing. No body, no nothing.
I ain't got nobody.
You got
Nobody. No. Oh, okay. I'm sorry, I couldn't help it.
Just go with
I'm
yourself.
not sorry. I
Don't be
regret
sorry.
nothing.
Don't be sorry. You're not a sorry human being.
I regret nothing.
Me too.
I regret nothing
nothing.
because that was kind of fun. Hey, flying dreams are awesome. They really are. You know what? For a while, I was 4-hour shifts. I was 4 hours on, 4 hours off, 4 hours on, 4 hours off. I sleep for 4 hours, wake up for 4 hours.
The important thing is to listen to your body. Sleep when you need to. I'm very busy. I actually cannot stay that much longer because it's 9:15.
Oh my goodness.
9:15 here now, and I have to
Oh,
wind down and get myself ready for bed because I gotta go into work in the morning.
Right, and we told you that we'd only keep you half an hour to an hour, and we got you on for 2 hours. Look at that.
I know that happens when we get together.
I know that happens. What can we say?
Because we just got so much to talk about.
I love you, sis.
Love you too.
We'll be talking about you behind your back. Just want you to know.
That's just fine. People do it anyway. What people think
That's
about
why
me,
I love
none
her.
of my
She knows
business.
what the hell I mean. So she knows I mean that in the most loving way. So we're really glad you came by.
We'll
And
give
let
them
the
something to talk
frivolity
about.
commence because, Scotty is frolicking. And so now we got to frolic.
We can end it with this song. Let's give them something to talk about. Something to
Baby,
talk
a little
about.
mystery to
To
figure
figure
out.
out. We'll leave them guessing, my love. That's what the magic is all about. I gotta get some honey
How
this
about
week.
love?
So when I
Well, it's coming.
when I pluck the
Love
next
is
mushrooms,
coming to
I
us.
can dunk them
Oh,
right in the honey.
oh, yeah.
Blue honey. Have you ever made it?
I talked about that last time. I have never made it, but I want to. I want
Good.
some. I want
You
some.
gotta have fresh
I
mushrooms.
want some.
Yeah,
Well, if you make some, we got to make a trade somehow, but I don't know how.
we'll figure something out.
We'll think something.
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah,
I
eat
gotta
lots of beans.
actually write that down. I gotta find a recipe to make.
Right.
Because they
Can't you
make.
just ask to change rooms?
Actually, the witches used belladonna mushrooms. That is what Bill Wilson, who founded Alcoholics Anonymous, he used mushrooms and LSD to cure his alcoholism.
Belladonna is a plant.
Yeah.
No, it's not a mushroom. Belladonna is the nightshade family, isn't it? Yeah.
I'm gonna look this up.
Mm-hmm.
Blue
It's the
mushroom.
nightshade family. Because I'm allergic to that stuff. Or was, but I'm not. I'm not anymore. Wait a minute. I'm not anymore.
I've got a Nightmare Before Christmas shirt that says I'm
Yeah,
sweet,
I'm not
deadly
allergic to
nightshade.
that anymore. Yeah, killed it. That's dead. It's gone.
And I got my witches stickers.
Oh, wow.
These are witches stickers that are, it says poison, unfiltered. One of them says witches grade. And then it'll say may cause hallucinations. Drink at your own risk.
You know what? I've seen these stickers on Temu, and I don't know. I might get some. I might get some of them, but they're just little stickers that say for rectal use only.
Deadly nightshade, the be all and end all. What'd you just say?
You imagine putting that all over stuff, all just going somewhere and putting these little stickers on things that say for rectal use only. Anyway.
That's what I want to do. I've been sticking stickers everywhere since I was a little girl.
My wizard staff, I don't know if you can really see it that well.
I'm trying to find the one that was talking about may cause massive hallucinations.
Well, whatever you do, don't make it with death cap.
No, I do have those mushrooms. Those mushroom cards. I don't have death cap mushrooms.
Yeah, don't make it with death cap. Those are deadly.
No, and don't use the jack-o'-lantern or pumpkin mushrooms because they're not good for us either.
What you want is you know what? And that we're going to talk about jolly old Saint Nick. What his background was, probably.
Okay, that's good.
Magic mushrooms. Yep, he was probably a mushroom shaman.
Beetle's eyes.
We'll talk about that with the flying reindeer and everything. We'll talk about it. Talk closer to Christmas, just for fun.
This one says deadly nightshade extracted from the finest Atropa belladonna foliage foliage,
Foliage, yeah.
guaranteed to invoke the most bizarre delirium and hallucinations. And it's
Yes.
got a skeleton on it. These are
Spanish women in the old days used to chew on a belladonna leaf to dilate their pupils and probably to get high too.
oh yeah, don't drink arsenic.
But
I
yeah, it's
want to
not
get those
good.
poison ones and put them all over the alcohol bottles.
Poison,
That girl is
poison
poison.
running through my veins. It's poison. You
Oh,
heard that
poor
Alice Cooper
Saracen.
one. Well, Alice did that one.
Can you believe that is how Bill Wilson founded Alcoholics Anonymous with psychedelics? He wanted to
Um,
incorporate psychedelics.
yeah, well, how did he do it? Oh, with psychedelics. Oh, well, there you go then. Yeah. So, well, that's just it. I really think they outlawed the wrong stuff.
Yeah, he actually wanted to incorporate. I'm gonna give you this link. It's Bill Wilson, LSD, and then 12, The Secret Psychedelic History of Alcoholics Anonymous. I'll give you that link before I go.
Oh, now he can't sleep. Oh, really? Gosh, someone suggested taking turns on watch. They fell asleep and the enemy started getting in. Now I can't sleep after someone wakes me up. Yeah, I had problems. I don't sleep at night very well. I sleep better in the day because my dad had chronic fatigue or God, I can't think of what they call it now. You know that back then they were more like he wasn't even diagnosed. PTSD. Um, he had PTSD. He'd get up in the middle of the night and throw open the doors, slam the doors open, start yelling at people, calling them things, threatening people,
Oh,
me and my mom. He looked very strange there. He did to me, to a kid. He looked through my kid's eyes. He looked like a monster. I think he picked up a monster in Panama.
wow.
Yeah, the
It did not
rain. That's
say.
right.
I thought it was a mushroom. Belladonna. There,
Hello, no, no.
there is a belladonna mushroom too, y'all.
There is.
Looks to be.
I didn't know that. I did not know that there was a mushroom called that.
Mushrooms in your yard. I'm growing mushrooms.
Wow.
I need to give me a mycologist shirt now. I've
You had
got
a
my
sunbreak.
poison tonics and elixirs shirt on.
You mean, is that in Seattle's Project Skyfalls? You the one that kept asking for sun in Seattle? I tried to send sun to Seattle. And the thing about that was there was so many reasons why they had for accumulating there, the clouds. You guys have a lot going on over there in Seattle.
Bill Wilson got the belladonna cure. Bill Wilson, the founder of Alcoholics Anonymous. That's where I saw that. Sorry. My brain
That's
was
okay.
on a roll. I'm not
You
sorry.
better get your ass to bed, girlfriend. You got to get up for work tomorrow. You've been here for over 2 hours now. Look at you. You look great, but you need rest. I'm not going to you've had a lot happen to you. I know. I'm not going to bring it up because she hasn't, but there's been a hell of a lot happening over at Lady Spellbreaker's place. So
Yeah, there is. I've got
Lady
a lot.
Spellbreaker's life. So,
Yes, a whole lot.
but she's been making her life. That's
Doing it,
right. She has
doing
been
it, and
making
doing
her
it, and
life,
doing it well.
and she's been going on with her life. So I'm very proud of you.
Thank you, love. I am tired. You're absolutely right. I'm
Yeah,
exhausted.
you better get your ass to bed. You
I
know that.
do. I love you. So that's that about
Yeah, I
Belladonna.
love you too, babe.
With thank you for having me. I hope everybody set some really good intentions for this new moon eclipse, Friday the 13th.
Ooh, I think I'm gonna get me a man.
Woohoo! Go right on ahead. Set that
I
intention,
need a
girl.
partner. I need a partner in crime. Well, actually, I need a partner in
Uh,
law.
I'm thinking
I
I
need a
actually need
I need a partner in fun.
I
Actually, I
was
need a
looking
partner in
for a
fun.
business partner, but now I think I'm more on this path to healing. The trick is our hearts got to be open to love. We got to be open to receive, not just give it.
That's right.
So we got to be ready. So that's the real trick about looking for love in all the wrong places, and make sure it starts from inside. Because you love yourself fully in order to attract your divine mate when the sun and the
I look
moon
marvelous, and I know
meet
who
up
I
in the
am.
sky.
Okay.
All right, I love you. Thank you so much for
Love
having
you
me
too, dear.
here. So, I don't know if I'm going live for this because if I do, I'm shutting the chat off so I can read my cards and be done. I've
Right.
got eclipse cards
I
and everything.
understand.
Yeah. So I think I can
I
cut my 4
understand,
hours.
overstand,
Yeah, understand, overstand. All right.
whatever.
I love y'all. Please take care
I
of yourself.
stand.
I will see you guys next time. I'm taking off my witch's hat. It's time to turn in.
Well, no, that really wouldn't work too well for me to transform him into a man because he's awfully hairy and I'm afraid I'd get fur balls and in all the wrong places too. And the other thing is he's been fixed.
Oh yeah.
Uh,
Well, she's looking for a man. I'm gonna get this all together for you, and for your inspection going soon.
yeah.
Yeah.
Horses that eat oats poop spores from the oats.
The
What?
mushrooms bust spores everywhere when they pop their cap. I didn't even know that. It's called spore dropping. Did you know that? I'm learning something new every freaking day over here, my
What's what?
friend.
Spore drops. What?
The mushrooms, when the mushroom cap opens up all the way, like it will drop the spores. That's how you know
Right.
they're done. That's how you know they're done.
Oh,
Yeah,
that's how you know they're done.
yeah.
Okay. Okay.
It's
Well,
actually when the veil parts. It's the veil. It's really interesting. Beyond the veil, beyond the veil, and the veil of the mushroom is like the undercap part, and it'll peel away from the stem, and then right between after that phase, all the spores
yeah,
drop.
I've noticed that with regular mushrooms that they're
Yeah,
all uptight and they're all in toward the stem. And then as they get older, they open up and then you can see the little
yep,
um things on the underside, the
yep.
little
The
petticoat,
gills,
the gills,
gills,
yeah.
yes. And then they go. I've been drawing mushrooms my whole life. As a matter of fact, everywhere, and I'm really good at it. And they're
That's
like,
right,
they
Scotty.
pop. I know, and now this is only my first batch. So I had to pull all my energy back from going live on YouTube all the time and really put it into becoming mycologist and growing mushrooms and my plants. I'm about to harvest 4 hemp plants mothership, and I actually am a crossbreeder now. I let the male plant
Oh, you're
pollinate
one of those crossbreeders.
the
Oh, I
female plant.
see.
And I've
Hmm.
got my own strains of seeds. I've
Well, we
got
knew you were a breeder. We didn't know you were a crossbreeder.
No, I made my own strain of cannabis. It's cross.
She's a crossbreeder.
Yeah, it's THC with CBD. It's the Fruity Pebbles and the Mothership. My own strain, high CBD. So just look at what can
I
happen.
gotta come visit you.
Yeah, you do.
I gotta come visit you, and then it
Oh,
would
my
be the
life.
same when I come home, though. Yeah.
All right,
That
you
won't
guys.
be the same.
I'm out of here. I love y'all.
Okay, bye-bye.
Peace be with you all.
Take care, honey.
Happy full moon and Friday the 13th. I mean, new moon. Friday the 13th, the new moon eclipse.
Cats have powers. No says cats have powers. Might just be easy to get you one of them pre-assembled males, says Scotty. One of them pre-assembled, skimbled male, skimbled? Well, it would also help if I could talk, maybe. Pre-skimbled. I don't know what that really is, but maybe it's a thing. I've never looked it up. Date Scotty. Kind of a long distance away. Kind of a long distance. Well, I know some guys far, far away. I mean, it's not like nobody's attracted. It's just that the ones that are attracted are so far away, and the guys that are here are dying because they're really old, not very well. As a matter of fact, the first guy I met here, he was kind of really interested in me, and he died about a month later. Cancer. So that's kind of the way it's been here. What? Pre-assembled males. Well, could be. Well, see now that's a story. There's an old lady found a lamp in a pile of junk at a junk store, and she polished it up, and as she was rubbing it, the genie came out. And traditionally, the genie gave her 3 wishes. And she wished for a whole bunch of money, and she got a whole bunch of money, and she wished for a mansion with servants and everything, and she got that. And then for her last wish, she said, well, she's stroking the old tomcat on her lap, and she says, I want old Tom to be a young, handsome prince. And so, poof, he was a young, handsome prince, and then he leaned in and he goes, still glad you got me fixed? So, yeah, the guys are too old here. They're not very well. I want a partner to go do stuff with. I want to go do stuff. I want somebody to share experiences with. I want somebody to go just do fun stuff. You know, if that happens to also be sex, that's okay too, but that's not primarily the thing. Yeah, a companion. Sex too would be nice. I mean, if we were sexually compatible, that'd be great, but it's not 100% what I'd be wanting to do. I mean, there's just so many things I would love to, so many experiences I'd love to share with somebody. I don't want to do it alone. I don't know. Keep polishing them up. Scotty wants his bottle polished, ladies. Any takers? Oh, do the stuff. You'll find them. Yeah, that's an idea. No. Find them on the way. Take a little trip. Take a little trip. Low rider. Yeah, I've had guys do that before. Just kind of pop up when I'm not looking. I won't tell you what that leads to. True love will just happen. Oh, that'd be nice. Maybe now that now that the Orion War is over, now that things are changing, maybe I will be able to let my guard down and love somebody, because I could not let my guard down. I haven't let my guard down in a while. Every time I do let it slip a little bit, some asshole tries to waddle in. And it's like, no. And I have a tendency to keep people at arm's length, and I know why. Is what I've been through. Maybe I'm going to heal that finally. But yeah, that's the other thing. I have been enjoying being single. So if I have a relationship, it's going to have to contain a lot of freedom. And I'm a Sag, so, well, no Fucus, but I need my freedom. Scotty's a 2-day stand. Instead of one night stand, he's a 2-day stand. That's kind of a long, yeah. Yeah. I'm just so loyal to my freedom right now. I have become very loyal to my freedom. I like to be able to come and go. I like to not be told what to do, what I have to do, or anything. It's like I like not having to compromise with people about every fucking thing. I just like my house the way I like my house, and my home rather. It's an apartment right now, but I like all that. I like going to bed when I want, and waking up when I want, and watching what I want, and on TV, and not being bothered when I don't want to be bothered, and not having any noise when I want it to be quiet, and I really want it to be quiet a lot. It's quiet a lot over at my place. I love silence. I can hear things. But, well, it would be nice. It's not that I never had love, it's just I never had love that worked out well for me. Long-term relationships are good. Well, I do have some long-term friends, but yeah, I understand Project Skyfalls. Love is very tricky. Seems to me when I was young, I could find really good sex, or I could find love. But trying to get the two to happen together. People who loved me, people who were good at sex. It was like there were two different things all the time. It would kind of be nice if I could find them in the same package. throughout my life, just yeah. So I spent a long time out of relationships. So I had my fair share of relationships of different kinds. Some of them kind of platonic, really. Some of them more passionate. Some of them of necessity. Actually, my husband had been my best friend, my ex-husband. So I lost both my best friend and my husband when things went south with my husband, and I never forgot that lesson. You marry your best friend, then you'll lose two of your favorite people if anything goes wrong. And it's funny how getting married will change a person. You start to become your mother, he starts to become his father. Michelle! Michelle, my belle. Well, 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 you never can tell. Yeah, we're here for each other. Well, thank you, Scotty. Right now, I think I'm gonna need a drink. Yeah, maybe a lot of drinks to get this place. I'm gonna have to shift this place like nobody's business. I just got it the way I like it for those to pass the damn inspections. You know how I rearranged and rearranged this place until I got it the way I liked it. And now I'm going to have to redo the whole damn thing. And in order to not be mad over it, I'm going to have to redo the whole damn thing in such a way that it's even better. So that's what I'm going to do. That's how I'm going to feel better about the whole thing is I'm going to rearrange it in some kind of way that it's even better set up than what I got now. And I have no idea what that's going to look like. So we'll see. Oh, yeah, that's right. All of these faraway people. We're here for each other's wallet. Just go get a boy toy. Oh, well, I could probably do that. You know what? It's not that hard to get a boy toy, especially if you're a woman. Uh, oh, yeah, that's right. He's got to have a jacuzzi and invite me over all the time for the jacuzzi. That's going to be one of the things. He needs to have a jacuzzi. We're here for each other's wallets? Oh, no. What are you talking about? How does that happen? Wait a minute. That's not right. You're a catch? Okay. Oh, dear. Oh, a tail is not an issue? Tail is not an issue. Oh, wait. You know, cowboy doesn't have a tail. Okay, so yeah, I gotta say, when I was younger, I dated a few people. You might say I was kind of a little tart. Yeah. I wasn't that good. And I certainly wasn't a virgin when I got married. But he knew that. He already knew that. Oh, we're here for each other. And you said we're here for each other's wallets? What? Aw, the phone died. Yeah. Well, and there was the period in between. It was like after I was not married anymore. I wanted to experience things. So I experienced some things. I experienced a lot of things. I wanted to experience things so that I knew what I wanted. And when the next one came along, I would already know what I want and what I didn't want. And I would have sown the wild oats, so to speak. So I really wanted to be ready for the next one. I will to, be able to settle down and already know what I wanted. But it didn't quite work out that way. Oh, okay. Hmm. And Project Skyfall, you was young. Yeah, I was young once. Yep, hard to believe, maybe. Oh, there you go. Okay. Um, Scotty has a jacuzzi. Now, Scotty, that doesn't just mean farting in the bathtub. That doesn't count. I've got to say, I love this crew's sense of humor. Yep. I knew it. See, I knew it, Scotty. Yep, farting in the bathtub does not count as a jacuzzi, Scotty. I don't even have a bathtub, though. You're doing good. I don't even have a bathtub. Yeah, humor is sanity, you bet. It's like so many times it saved my life, too. Find a nice companion. Thank you. Yeah, nice companion. Let me bless everybody that needs a companion to find a nice companion. Anybody who needs one, find a nice companion to be with, to go do fun stuff. Oh, well, motorboating is a different story. That might help. Well, it definitely helps. It's definitely better and less smelly. Well, yeah, you know what? For a long, long time, it was just I I didn't want it. It was like I didn't want anybody because it was just too fucking dangerous. You know, any way you sliced it, it was just too fucking dangerous. Oh, jacuzzi time. Oh, I see. Jacuzzi and Miller. Wow, that would be nice. Booze in a jacuzzi and a man. That, yeah, I could go for that. A boozy in a jacuzzi. And maybe a little this and that. Something else. Like maybe a little blue honey. Wee! In a jacuzzi. Oh my God. Oh my God. Blue honey and a jacuzzi. Holy, holy cow. I'll be over then, Scotty. She slipped through your fingers. Oh, she must have been pretty thin. You need to date girls that have a little bit more meat on them so you can hold on to them better. Maybe don't use as much suntan oil. I'm making light of it. Sorry. No, I'm not sorry. I'm not sorry. I have no regrets. But yeah, I've had a few people that I've had to catch and release for either for my safety or theirs, or both. There was one guy that I would see every year. We would never have sex. He was very sensitive musician. Nice guy, big kind of a bear of a man. He was kind of not thin, not thin, not fat, kind of stocky. Um, Black guy, very polite. Problem, he was Muslim, and I knew that I would not be prepared to be Muslim. That's for sure. And the other thing is we lived kind of far apart, but I only saw him at fairs. This one fair that we would go to over in Pennsylvania would be the only time I'd see him once a year. And we kind of had a relationship during that time. And then when that was over, he'd go back to his home and I go back to my home. And back then, my mother wasn't well. I had to stay. I felt that, and it wasn't true. I wish I had left, but I had to stay with her at that time, I thought. And he had, you know, his job and everything to go back to and his family, but he wasn't married. He actually wanted to, he was thinking of marrying me. And I lost touch with him. But I realized too that it probably wouldn't work to marry a Muslim. Jaboozy floozy. Yeah, I had a companion. We didn't have sex. He wasn't allowed to have sex before marriage. He was real strict about that, but we had a lot of cuddling. And yeah, a lot of very nice cuddling. They were allowed to do that. Apparently, they're allowed to do all kinds of cuddling, but not sex, which was fine. But yeah, I lost touch with him. He was a very nice guy, though. And he wanted to know everything about me because I told him I couldn't marry. And he said, well, then you've got to tell me everything about you because I want to know what makes a good woman. I want to know your weight. I want to know your measurements. He says, because you're such a good woman, you're just what I want. God, if he had not, if, I'm looking at that and I'm going, there is no way in fuck that I can be a Muslim, you know? And he wasn't going to change. So kind of sucks. It was close. It was a close one. But he was so nice. He was so gentle. If he stayed that way during the marriage, it probably would have been a very good marriage. You know, he was a kind man, and you know, a musician, an artist. Um, had his own place. Yeah, probably wouldn't have been a bad life. I always wonder what that would have been. And then, of course, there was Mr. Jones, who was an online affair for years and years. Me and Mr. Jones, we had a thing going on. Yeah, Mr. Jones. That was his real name. Well, that's kind of melancholy, baby. That's a little melancholy. I got to get off that subject. Yep, that's David. That was David's real name. I only got to see him up close 3 times. And in no instance was there ever a chance of us ever even touching each other. But that I cannot forget the last time. Because the way that we were looking into each other's eyes, it was like, oh shit. But you see, we were both married by that. No, that was sometime in the middle, wasn't it? Yeah. Yeah. We were married by that time. And here's this guy standing in we're in California, I think. And here's this great looking man. I mean, handsome as, and I never thought he was incognito, and he's staring at me. He's staring at me up and down, and he has the most beautiful eyes. And he was with a woman. I'm like, oh my God. And that was Iman. And they were incognito. I didn't recognize him, but I felt like I knew him. And I said that to him. I said, "Oh, pardon me, sir. I just thought I'd tell you. You have the most beautiful eyes." And he goes, "You too." And he just stood there like he was, like you could knock him down with a feather. I didn't know if he was stoned. Was he just really stoned? But now I realize he recognized me. It's like, oh shit. And there's his wife. And later I found out he said I could not acknowledge who you were because my wife would have killed me. She would have killed both of us. Yeah. She's very jealous. So I could not say who you were. uh, yeah. But it was strange. It was like, I will tell you what it was like. When I looked across at him, he was staring and staring at me. And when I looked across, it was just this convenience store. He was, he, his eyes were like mirrors. They really did. They were like these great big blue mirrors. And I was having a hell of a time looking away. And he was having a hell of a time looking away. And we were having a hell of a time looking away. And I know I should look away because he was with somebody. And I'm married. And he's, and I find out he's married. I said, "Oh, I'm sorry, ma'am. I'm not, trying to pick up your boyfriend or anything here, or man or whatever. I'm not after your man." Although, like, underneath it all, I'm like, my God, well, And she's there. "Oh, yeah, us too. We're married too." It's like, oh, I'm there. Oh God. And when I left, I I said, "Well, I just felt like I had to compliment you. But you look so familiar." He says, "You'll figure it out later. You'll figure out why I look familiar later, probably. You'll figure it out." Well, yeah, he told me. He said, "I'm sorry, I couldn't say anything. She would have killed us both." And my ex would have killed us both too. We would have been dead twice. We both would have been dead of multiple wounds. So it's, I'm like, that was weird. That was very weird. Yep. Our bodies would be out in the desert somewhere and they'd maybe find us half eaten by coyotes or something years later. Between her and him, uh, killing us. It was okay. It was okay with our spouses as long as there was never anything physical between us. It was just an online thing, but never physical, and it never was, and it still isn't. It still isn't physical. He's not in a body. So, mm, yeah, yeah. He was just, yeah. It was weird. The feeling was there. The feeling was, I had never felt. I'd never felt anything quite like that. Just looking at somebody, you know, and it's impossible to describe. It was just, I just felt like I said, and I told him, I said, "Do I know you?" And he said, Probably not. I'm from England. Should have given me a clue. But no, he was disguised. Yeah, as long as it wasn't physical. As long as it was never physical, we could talk to each other. Boy, that was so weird. And I was trying to figure out, because I used to do palmistry. There are these two lines in my palm, and it's like railroad tracks. They never meet. They just run side by side, and I looked it up. It's a twin flame. And the paths never did quite come together. There was a little bridges over like 3 different times. Those are the 3 times that we were in physical proximity, but never within touching distance. Because she looked like she was gonna bite me if I got too close to him. And she's tall. So I don't know. She might have been able to take me. I don't know if I could have taken her or not. But anyway. Yeah. Yeah. I'm admitting that David Bowie is my other half. Okay. Mr. Jones is my other half. He's gone on. He visits me all the time. He's married now, and his commitment to her is over. So he's not exclusive to her now because the earthly commitment's over. I don't know. I think maybe they're still, are they still jamming? I don't know. I don't ask him. Yeah, very strange. I always wondered what that meant. Now I figured it out. Yeah, that's right. That's why I was so careful telling him. I felt it. I know he felt it. Yeah, well, the marriage contract says till death do you part. Till death part you. Guess what? His life here is over. So he's the one that told me posthumously, because I didn't know. I had forgotten. I had willed myself to forget. I had made myself forget. He's the one that reminded me. And he's the one that said that we already are actually partners. And then it's like the rest of it came out. Yeah. Yeah. Well, see, the other time when we were close, and then he told me about this too. He was actually dressed as a woman. He was incognito as a woman, going to his concert. That was in New York. He reminded me of that. I'd totally forgotten that. And he was dressed as he was a very tall woman. He was one of his characters. He was in full drag that time. And he was rushing off, but you know what? To his concert, and everybody had to stand back. He had bodyguards and stuff that was making everybody stand back. So, no. Jesus, I'm just beating up on this poor phone. Hang on, guys. Now I got to get my phone out of there. It's wedged in there. Come back here. I guess that's not as good of a stand as it could be. So, uh, okay. Just glad I got a bump-proof case on it. There you go. Yeah, I know. Well, it's emotional. Yeah, he was dressed in drag. Later on, I saw the video where he was dressed like that character. He was dressed like the older lady. And it's in his When You're a Boy video, the older lady, where he's just going and smiling. Yeah. That was what he was dressed like. So he was a very tall, little old lady. Wasn't very little. Oh, yeah, he was really hot in Labyrinth, wasn't he? Yeah, he was. He was really hot in Labyrinth. And then, yeah, that was New York. And then California. I can't recall the third time right now. It was very brief in all times. Oh, well, I'll think of it sooner or later. But he's the one that reminded me of all that. I had forgotten it. He reminded me when he showed up when I was about to die. If I didn't move, I was going to die. And I think he came to collect me just in case I didn't move, just in case I decided to go home instead. But I moved because I still had stuff to do here. Is Chloe here? Where is Chloe? Yeah. Well, in it, it has an interesting, you know what? And that's just the funny thing. I didn't like any of his movies, and he laughs when I say that. I didn't like his movies very well. I mean, Labyrinth was maybe the one I liked the best, but they were kind of sad movies in a way. They're not very happy movies. Labyrinth was maybe the most positive one. Because, yeah, isn't that interesting? Then it comes out about all of this Chrome stuff, you know, when I'm talking about Adrena. So, yeah, I wonder about that. Because let's see, the movies he was in that I remember that well were The Man Who Fell to Earth and the one with the vampire, where he's a vampire. He was pretty hot for a minute there, but then through the rest of the movie, he's dying for like right in the beginning. But then the rest of the movie he's dying, so that was kind of sad. And Man Who Fell to Earth was very sad. And Labyrinth was not really happy. I mean, it was okay. Not really a very happy ending. Not really. Yes, I know. I know, Mark. And he's always right on the money somehow. Somehow he is in every major thing. He's done something related to every major thing that's going on now. I don't understand it. And he said half the time he didn't know what he was doing either. Hey, Mary. Mary wins. Hi. So yeah, he showed me when he showed up. It was really funny. I've described this before. All of a sudden, I'm watching, and one of my friends said, "Oh, have you seen his video, Black Sun, Black Star, Black Star?" I got it right the second time. I'm sorry. And so I was playing Black Star and trying to figure it out. And doggone it, he showed up in my living room. And with this great big radiant smile. And I'm like, oh my goodness. And I said, David Bowie? And he goes, good guess. Like that, exactly like that. And then he came over and sat in my lap. And I'm like, what? What just happened? And he sits on my lap and he whispers in my ear. And I said, to what do I owe the pleasure? Which is usually what I say when people show up in my living room like that. And he goes, don't you remember? And he said, I loved the way you said, hello, sailor. Because I was an online DJ, and he used to come into my chat. We had online DJ and chat, and he used to come into my chat as Sailor something. He had an account, Sailor something or other, and I always used to say hello, Sailor, when he came in. And so he whispered that, and he says, I just love the way you said hello, Sailor. And it's like all of a sudden I remembered all that. It's like, oh my God, from way back, oh my God. You know, that's right. That was back in the beginning. That was back in the beginning. And then he just took me through all the years with the videos. Took me through all the years. And interviews. Interviews just came onto my feed. Interviews with him. He would tell me something, he would remind me something, and I'd think, did that really happen? You know, and the interview would come up. And I even found the picture that during the time that I was talking to him, a photographer came in and said, "You two are such a cute couple. Can I have a picture?" And they said yes. And that photographer took a picture of them. And I remember saying, "Gee, I wish I could take it." I had a photograph. I said, "You are really a handsome couple. I wish I could take a picture of you." But guess what? I found that picture. I found that exact picture. So that really happened. It's like, oh shit. And he reminded me of all this. He showed me. And he said, "Remember when I wrote you that song? I wrote, don't you remember Lilac Lips?" And I said, "Oh my God, that's right." Because every time I go into a local store here that plays songs from that time, it seems like almost always Blue Jean. I just met a girl named Blue Jean. She's got lilac lips. Because I told him, because he wanted to know what makeup I wore. Because he was interested in that kind of stuff. And I told him I wore Lilac Ice lip liner and lipstick. I still have a stick of that in my collection of makeup that I've never gotten rid of, my Lilac Ice lip liner. I don't know how he does that, though, how he always times the song to where it's like, she's got lilac lips. It's so freaky the way he does that. I don't know how he does that. It's some kind of weird, freaky synchronicity. He's just letting me know he hasn't forgotten about me. What black noise, etc. Yeah, he knows about that. He knows about all kinds of things. Well, he did wear his share. That's right. He wore his share of my makeup too, apparently. I have a feeling he wanted to know what makeup I was wearing so he could wear that makeup. Ah. And you know what? I'll tell you something about him. He was so funny. He still is. He is a hoot. He is a hoot. He is so funny. He was always so funny. We would make each other laugh. We would make each other laugh until we peed. Okay? I'd have to say, I gotta go. I'll be back in a minute. I gotta go. We laughed so hard, we'd practically pee ourselves. Yay, Kira! Hey, what's up? I haven't seen you in ages. Yeah, he took me all the way through there and he said, "You know what? You want to get in touch with me. If you don't see me around, but you want to get in touch with me, play my music." And I also found out that when his songs come into my head, he's around. He's trying to get in touch with me. So, thank you. Wait a minute. Let me get the other little goodie that goes on. Did I drop it? I might have dropped it. No, this may be it here. Yeah. Okay. Hang on. There we go. Now I can have a lot of bright ideas. Since I'm bearing my soulmate, since I'm bearing my twin flame to people in on YouTube. Oh, well, thank you. You're a God too. And I love you too. That's right. I'm God, and so are you. Yeah, this is a love story. And a kind of an otherworldly love story. I told him, I said, you don't realize you're a shaman too. Do you realize how magical you are? And then he showed me the interview where he said that. He said to the guy, well, I guess I just found out recently. Somebody told me I'm a shaman or some kind of magic person. That was me. It is like he just proved it over and over and over that we actually, it was really him, and we really did have, and he reminded me of everything that we did together online. And the song he wrote for me was Miracle, Good Night. He wrote it specifically for me. That was another song he wrote for me. And it's so funny because it has a cowgirl in it. She's riding a motorized bull, you know, in a kind of a, I guess it's a burlesque club or something. And it's, you'll have to just see it sometime. But he said, I wrote that for you. That was totally your video. So, and I had to not. Hey, Big Justin. Well, I got some proof. Not much, but some. He wanted me to come on to his site. I didn't want to do it. I didn't come on to the David Bowie site. And I had my reasons. I did not really want, I did not tell the world about it. I did not, I was being gang stalked. And I didn't know what to do about that. For one thing, for a while I was married. And then when I wasn't married, I was being gang stalked. And it seemed like everybody that I was close to, stuff was happening to. And I didn't see it as ever being anything that I don't know. My head was just different right then. Yeah, it was quite a movie. I got to see the movie. He showed me the movie. Yeah, big love, Big Justin. Yeah, pretty much. That's my whole life. Big Justin. It was a long, treacherous haul, but I made my way out of it. That was my whole life. Scary as hell. My life was scary as hell. Oh, you're going through a twin flames relationship and it's a different, yeah, it sure as hell is. It can be hell. And then I knew somebody else too online who also was going through that, but they were also married. She was happily married, and then she finds her twin flame. And she's trying to get advice from me, and I'm like, oh, honey, I wish I had a good answer for you. But same kind of thing. She meets him, and it's like his eyes are like mirrors, looking into her soul, and she's looking into his, and she doesn't dare. I know I'm not the only one. Yeah, and it's very rare. It's very rare that that the twin flames actually get together and have a good relationship. So, oh yeah, there's more stories about that. But that's enough for now. And so let it be kind of his Memorial Day when I remember. He told me some secrets about some things that I'm pretty sure nobody knows. There's probably no way to corroborate it because nobody else would know. Oh, you were living off of bearded clams for weeks. Oh, yeah. Hmm. Ah, well, Big Justin, there are worse fates, right? Mhm. Your twin flame is with someone else now. Yeah. Boy, I mean, no, that really sucks. You find your twin flame and you're married. And sometimes that's why I think marriage is a trap. Sometimes I think they are hurry up, get us married to somebody, they kind of I was pushed into marriage. I didn't want to get married, but I think I think I was really being pushed into marriage so that I would be pretty much tied up and off limits. Because if I'd have been single, she might have had a fight on her hands. I don't know. I'm not sure. Nah, I wouldn't do that. But it would be tempting. Yeah, I didn't want to get married, but he just kind of pursued me and then he got all my friends in on the act to talk me into it. And I knew it was the wrong thing. I knew it was a bad idea. I didn't think it was going to work out. Then again, I didn't want to lose him as a friend. But yeah, I was glad to be single again. And that's right. Really, I'm a minister. Let me tell you something. Come closer. It's property. Marriage is about property. Who's going to get what? It's about raising kids. It's really for the next generation. Who's going to get what money? Keeping the money in the family, that kind of thing. It's all property. Well, that's what that's about. And love is something I think we kind of made out of later. Mm-hmm. No, I'm not chasing after anyone. They either love me or they don't. They either want to be with me or they don't. If they don't, it's either you love me or you don't. And I have seen so many of my friends decide on some guy, and it's like it must be that guy. Has to be that guy. Or guys are the same way, has to be that girl. And usually they pick someone who has no interest in them, who is not interested. But it must be that guy. It must be that girl. And they drive themselves completely crazy. Yeah, you either love me or you don't love me. That's all. If you don't love me, I'll wait until somebody does. I find the guy who does. Or there will be no guy. One or the other. I don't care. Well, I care slightly. It would be nice to find somebody to love me, but if not, I'm having a good life anyway. So, yeah, they always choose somebody not right for them. They always choose somebody who is just the wrongest possible person. So, yeah, I've seen that over and over and over and over and over. Yeah, I'm having a good life. Really. I mean, compared to what my life used to be like, this is wonderful. This place is rad, and I love my home. That's why I'm so pissed that I have to change everything now. I'm really pissed off about that. There you go. Wow, there's some philosophy there. Chasing is like wearing too tight underwear. It might look good, but it never feels right. You get tied up unexpectedly. Well, you gotta, tip her pretty well next time, B. I'm totally kidding. Eh? Yeah, I'm too busy. Unaware. You know what? That's the whole problem. Unaware. Unaware. So, if anybody wants to come in, just let me know and I'll put in the link. I'll put the link in chat. Just say, hey, I want to come in. Yeah, unaware. That's okay. I could tell you next about Steven Tyler. There's a story to that one too. Steven Tyler's another one. And I guess Prince is another one that I knew, but I didn't know he was incognito online. He was incognito online. So I knew Prince online. He told me posthumously. And he showed me. Yeah. Yeah. Lady Spellbreaker was in, but she's got a job now. She already did her thing for 2 hours and took off. Prince is one of my soulmates. Steven Tyler is too. A lot of them are musical. Geez. Of course they are. Of course they are. Janis Joplin, Jimi Hendrix. Of course they are. They're all the guys in the club. They're family of mine. And possibly yours too. Because you're a family of mine. So chances are they're family of yours as well. Steven Tyler, Prince, and Freddie Mercury hang out together a lot. Other people have seen them hanging out together. I'm not the only psychic who's seen that. They hang out a lot together. Well, they have a lot of shared experience, I guess, you know. But, oh yeah, I was on at 8. I was on early today. I tried to warn everybody. Steven Tyler, and I know damn well if he passes, he's going to come visit. I ran into Lane Staley. Some people surprised me. Some people really surprised me. Mama Cass showed up. Karen Carpenter was a big shock. And you know what? Those two have kind of are related issues. Both of them had eating disorders and exacerbated by famousness. Let's see, Lane Staley, Peter Steele from Typo Negative. That one. And it's like, what? Peter Steele from Typo Negative. He was another one with a great sense of humor. You know, most of these people had wonderful sense of humor. But Peter Steele had a wonderful sense of humor. And yeah, so yeah, he showed up. I talked to him quite some time. Oh, what kind of stuff did Prince tell me? Well, and the funny thing is, there's so much to both of their stories. Like, for instance, did you know that Mama Cass actually died of heart issues? And when she died, she was on diet pills. She had lost a lot of weight. She was on diet pills. And she had heart issues, and probably because of the diet pills. So she was another overdose victim. Although it wasn't written up that way. That's not the way they spun it. but that's what she actually died of. Heart issues. You know damn well when you take speed what it does to your heart. So, Karen Carpenter on the other end of the scale. Literally. Mm-hmm. Freddie Mercury was amazing. Also has a good sense of humor. Prince has a good sense of humor too, but a little different. He's way more, you know what? When I see him, he has a good sense of humor. Like he'll smile at things, he'll even laugh sometimes. But he's way serious a lot of the time when I see him. But he loves to dance. We all seem to love to dance. Or at least the ones that hang around the most. We all love to dance. We all love dancing. I used to love to dance when I could still dance. Yeah, Karen, it was so sad. Her story was sad, very sad. Uh, yeah, so basically, the first one I remember, first one I know of was Janis Joplin and Jimi Hendrix. Jim Morrison floated by but didn't stick around very long, just because he was kind of in that club. Um, yeah, and then later on, Peter Steele, Lane Staley, David Bowie, Prince, Michael Jackson, um, Tupac. I didn't even know who he was. Hardly. I barely knew who Tupac was. Very nice guy. He is a great soul. Tupac is actually a great soul. Prince felt very stalked. That's why he was so insular. He felt he was also the victim of gang stalking, and he probably was. That's why he had that sort of aura to him. And I'm sure he actually was. And I'm pretty sure that's how he wound up. I can't say anything about that. That's how he wound up the way he did. He was so insular that they cornered him alone. Imagine how much mystery. Oh, and Freddie Mercury, all that happened to him was intentional, completely intentional. You know who else? Robin Williams, who didn't kill himself either. That's all I'm saying. He didn't kill himself either. Nope. I didn't even realize why I was targeted. And you know what? All this time, I knew all these people. I knew a lot of people I shouldn't know. I had no business knowing. I even knew the son of a millionaire. I hung out with him a while. I had a whole different life at one time, guys. Nothing like this life. No, he didn't kill himself. Well, I don't know. I might have met Ian and didn't know. Well, the problem is when you sign a recording contract, whether you realize it or not fully, and most people don't right away realize what they're getting into. But a lot of times you're in a situation where you really need money and you're really hungry to be famous, to have money. That looks like a good life compared to where you've been. That's how it happens. And guess what? It came very, very close in my case, but it didn't happen with me. So, yeah, and it's very rough to get out of most of those contracts. I've known people who really you've never heard of who have been in some pretty hellacious contracts. It is a dirty business. I'm sorry. The recording industry is an industry, and the artists are our product. They're assets. You remember the Prince when he wrote on his face "slave"? Yep. Anytime they try to change that, they're targeted. Anytime they try to get out, most of the time they never make it out. They don't make it out. Yeah, it's just one fraction of it, just one part, one arm. It's just one arm of the big old octopus. Trapping some of our brightest lights, actually. Do you realize that some of those people, actually all of them, were very, very bright lights? I mean, and that's just the thing that I always argued is how could humans, knowing as little as we're ever allowed to know, ever have a clue the full ramifications of these contracts? We couldn't possibly. There is no way under any circumstances could we know the full ramifications of these contracts. We think we know, but we're not told enough to know. Michael Jackson used to visit me all the time. I haven't seen him much lately, but he used to visit me a lot. Yeah. The first time he visited me was I had just watched a whole bunch of stuff about his life, and I felt so sorry for him. It's like, that poor guy. Whoa, was he done wrong? He was just done. They're doing something similar to Trump. Look what they did to him. Look what they did to Michael. It wasn't true. They didn't find him guilty. They found him not guilty. He still had that stigma. So that the next time it came along, it ruined his, you know what? They ruined his career. The next time it came along, the reason he paid up is because he didn't want to go through the trial again. It was costing him a lot of money. It was horrible. What if the Bible is a coup d'etat of the revelation of the method? Michelle Cannon-Free, I'm not sure exactly what you mean there, but it sounds like an interesting thought, and please do. Please do. Coup d'etat. Coup d'etat. Maybe. And I had just thought, oh God, they really did him wrong. I felt so sorry for him. I mean, they ruined his love life and everything. I mean, he was totally in love with Priscilla Presley. He was totally in love with her. They ruined that. And yeah, once you sign it, it's just too damn bad, right? And well, you're sacrificing yourself, Project. You're basically sacrificing yourself, though you don't know it. You're giving yourself up. You don't know it at the time. Doesn't really seem like that. It doesn't. We have no concept at first. We're just not allowed to even have that concept. Unfathomable. And your family usually is somehow in the bargain. Family usually gets used against you, is held against you, usually used as blackmail or, whatever, hostage, usually held hostage. And you have to be very strong to get through all that. Very strong and or very smart, or both. I'll tell you something. Steven Tyler, the little while that I knew him, very smart, a lot smarter than you would think. They try to portray him differently, but he's very smart. He's very smart. And Michael Jackson, I was playing some of his music. I had my little earbuds in, and I was playing his music, and I was walking down the street, and I was kind of doing a little dance, my little Michael Jackson dance. All of a sudden, he appeared right in front of me. Almost ran into him. And he did that little dance spun around, rolled his hat down his arm, and put it back on. I said, Michael, what they done to you is just horrible. I'm so sorry. If I ever had one thought against you, I apologize. I know that this is not you. This was not, you are not guilty. And he said, you know what? It's all right now. He put the hat on. And then he just did a spin and he spun into sparkles and disappeared. He said, it's all right now. And I'm like, see, that's just it. Is they're fine once they get across to the other side, but they usually need they usually need a little time to get over some of the shit that happened to them. It seems to take a couple of years because it was a couple of years before David showed up. I don't know. I don't quite understand the process, but everything about it anyway. Yeah, bad choices. And being too young to know and too ignorant to know any better. I mean, in ignorant in a very neutral way, just unknowledgeable, did not know, did not really fully realize. And heck, once they get you stoned out of your gourd, you don't know anyway. You know, it's like everything might seem likely, right? Anything might seem like a good idea if they get you way high. It's like, sure, let's do this. Yeah. Yeah. He never did any harm to anybody, really. He never did. I don't believe it. I don't believe it to this day. Then I saw him a few more times. I saw him quite a bit for a while. And then I didn't see him very much anymore. When David showed up, after David showed up, I saw more David. And then when Prince showed up, I saw mostly him and Prince and Freddie Mercury. I didn't see Michael hardly at all, just once in a while. Michael is very busy. David is very busy. Oh my gosh, he is a busy guy. Um, all of them, they have stuff they're doing on the other side, you know. They're not just lying around, floating on a cloud, playing a harp, sweetheart. There's stuff going on over there, okay, all the time. And they're not the kind to just sit around, you know. But you know how they talk about they had a they got to have a hell of a band. They do. They do have a hell of a band over there. They have several of them. Yeah, I know because I've heard it. I've danced to it. I was there. I sat in with them. Yeah, over there. You'll see one day when we're over there, you'll see what I mean. One day we'll be together there. You can come to my club. Well, you know, Big Justin, he's not half the man you are, Scotty. I know that before he left, he was beside himself for a minute there. Yeah. So, it's like I live in a different world. I know I live in a different world than most people. I know I live in a world that a lot of people wouldn't even believe. They wouldn't believe it. I don't care. I don't really give a fuck whether you believe it or not. I'll tell you, but I don't give a fuck if you believe it or not. It's like if you don't believe it, meh, as they say. So, really, I'm sure there are many more in that club that I don't really know that well. There was another guy too. What was he? Was a guitarist. Whoa, who was he with? I don't know. There were several people that I didn't know that well. I really didn't know them that well, but they kind of show up in the background. There are really quite a lot of people in that club. And there are quite a lot of people in my club. I have a club on the other side. I do. I really do. I do. Imagine that. David showed me. He's he, he showed me. It's like, wow, this is, what do you mean this is mine? He says it's yours. I said, this is mine. He said, yeah, you don't remember. No. He says that's because the living don't come here. It generally. I'm like, what? It was so bizarre. That was in the early times when I'm like, what you talking about, Willis? What? It was so confusing. It was so confusing. I didn't know what the hell he was talking about. League of like-minded beings. Hmm. uh, Bob Marley showed up, of course. Of course, Bob Marley showed up. I didn't see him for very long. He showed up before, though, a few times. These are people I recognize. There are a lot of people that I didn't really recognize. I didn't know who Tupac was. I didn't really know who he was. Yeah, that's basically, Scotty. That's the way a lot of us are. That was the way I was too. I don't like to see my family get hurt, and family were getting hurt. And I didn't want anybody else to be. I didn't want it on my conscience for anybody to get hurt. But are you telling me? Well, there's my husband telling me to come to bed, or at least he thinks he is. See, that's just the thing. Cowboy is not a man, but he thinks that we're married, and he thinks that he needs to tell me to come to bed now, Mama. We need to snuggle up. I'm lonely, and I need my belly rubbed. What are you talking about? What? What are you talking about, Scotty? Oh, or the black guy? No, I don't know what became of him. He was just the sweetest guy, doggone it. Now, once I got unmarried, I wish I could have found him again, because I definitely would have given him the chance. No, I'm just teasing about Cowboy. Cowboy thinks we're married. Cowboy thinks we're married. He's like, he comes in and calls me to bed. Yeah, that's what it feels like. It feels like, come on, come into bed. Come on. I'm sleepy. I need my belly rubbed. I want cuddled. I want to cuddle up and go to bed. That's pretty much the same energy as a husband. You know, it's like, so I don't have any man to tell me it's time to go to bed, but Cowboy always comes and tells me it's time to go to bed now, Mom. Come on. The cat needs attention. Well, see, that's just it. I'm not sure he knows that he's not a cat. I'm not sure that he knows he's not a human. I'm not sure he's really sure about that he's really aware that he's not a human. I mean, and he'll come up. It's kind of funny because I'll be sleeping and sometimes he'll go off the bed and then he'll come back up and he's standing over me and he's there looking into my eyes. Meow. Hello, love. Hello. You know, he's he's got to cuddle up. He loves to have at least a paw or two on me while he's sleeping, whatever position he's in. Whatever position he's sleeping in, he wants to be touching me. Now he's being cute. He's rolling over on his back and he's saying, you know what? This belly is all yours if you come to bed. This fluffy white belly is all yours for the rubbing if you come to bed. That's right, Chairman Meow. That's what he does when because he knows I can't resist his fluffy white little fuzzy belly. It's so fluffy. Mommy can't hardly resist it. He has such a fluffy little white belly. And so when he rolls over on his back and he does this stretch like a baby and he puts his paw up like that, he's like, hey, hey, I'm here. The belly is here. Whoa, a simple mistype. Yeah, Cowboy is cute as anything. He is a sweet guy. But sometimes he wants to chew on me. He wants to chew on my finger. Sometimes just a little too much. He thinks I taste wonderful, I guess. He just kind of likes to chew on me a little bit. But all in all, I'm lucky because he's a very purry guy. He's got the purr, and I just love cat purrs, and they're very calming to me. And he's got that nice rumbly deep purr, like motorboat purr. It's so endearing. And I mean, you've heard him. He's loud. He purrs very loud. Mark the Narc? What? What? Only thing is he's clawing up my couch, my wicker couch. And Mom loves him too much to do anything about it. I love him too much. So he's getting by with it. Yeah. No coughing up fur balls, like I said. I don't want fur balls. No, it's just rubbing his belly. Meow. I'm not paying enough attention. Okay, come here. I'll come to bed soon, okay? I promise. I promise. I'm going to shut her down pretty soon, okay? Okay, sweetie pie. I'm not kidding. He's really. You're changing your name to Stinky Poop too? Oh, yeah, that's going to get you all the girls. Well, yeah, animal husbandry is something I'm certainly not into, but I've known some people who were. There was I got to tell you that story. At a party I was at, and everybody was a little wasted, And so one of the guys, somebody said, "Get your goat." He totally misunderstood. He said, "Oh yeah, the way you get a goat is you get him near a bucket of water, and you put his head down in the bucket of water, and when he backs up, you got him." And I'm like, that stopped the party. The whole party stopped talking, and it was like, what did he just say? Man of experience. And I'm like, okay. Nobody knew what to say after that. For a long time, it must have been a solid minute or so past where the party was quiet and nobody had any clue how to follow that. Guy married his horse. I've heard of that too. I heard of a guy who had a very close relationship with his dog. I knew two gay guys who had a very close relationship with their dog, male dog. Mm-hmm. And then there was, I guess, a famous Italian porn star actress that had a thing for horses, which I'm having a hard time figuring out how she didn't die. But Yeah, she had a thing for horses. Dirty deeds done with sheep. Dirty deeds done with sheep. Dirty deeds, little Bo Peep. Dirty deeds done with sheep. Dirty deeds and done with sheep. Yeah, I had a feeling Cowboy was going to chime in on that one. Okay, it's time for me to toddle off. With that, it's time for me to get out of here before any more weird stories. You guys already got enough on me to get me convicted of some kind of stupidity. Probably not really. Try and prove it. Okay. Well, I love you. Your sheep flickers. Oh dear. Scotty. There's Scotty. And then somewhere in the future on a starship, it's that darn sexy AI, isn't it? Yeah. The AI with the sexy voice. Yep. Okay. Love you, baby. I'll see you Sunday. Hopefully. Hopefully everything will be good Sunday. Everybody take care. And like I said, wax up your surfboard because it's going to get really wavy. Okay, bye-bye.